1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
change the outcome in time, in time. All that you get done, outcome in time. Same thing, in time, outcome in time. All that you get done, outcome in time. Same, you can change the outcome in time, in time.
Please welcome Brandis Daniel and Tico Najan Wilson.
Guess I'll sit right here. Good morning. How are you? Well, I am so excited. This is our first in-person event since first in-person summit since 2020. So this is just such a pleasure to be back in person. We wanted to do a sustainability summit because so often people of color are left out of the conversation when we're talking about sustainability. And for us, it was really important that for the first time, we really let the industry know that sustainability is incredibly important to communities of color. And also, we wanted to let everyone know kind of, what designers are currently doing in the space of sustainability. So I am so thrilled to be here. As people start to come in and trickle in, give them a warm face, please. Tell them, come sit by me. But we're going to have a really good time today. So thank you so much. And I am so incredibly grateful to be here with my great girlfriend, Tico Najan, who I've known for years as a friend and a brand strategist. But over the past few years, she's done work as an emotional intelligence practitioner. And she's worked with, Tico, you can tell me the brands, but she's worked with so many different brands. And before we started talking about product or processes, I thought it was important for us to talk about people and how do we sustain people first, right? So welcome, Tico.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, Brandis.
So, Tico, tell us about yourself and your journey to becoming a certified emotional intelligence practitioner.
Yeah, so the best part to me is that I love humans. And I have two of my own that I birthed. So I'm a mom of two. And then I have a wonderful human husband of 16 years. That's the best part to me. And then the parts that sustain the life and the best part to me is that I'm an emotional intelligence practitioner. And I get the opportunity to do what I call solving people problems for companies. That includes retention and communication, those turnovers. And they had those problems pre-COVID, pre-2020. But after 2020, they didn't know what to do with the people or for the people. So it just became, even now I'm trying to figure out how to transition back to work. So I get to go in and help solve people problems.
Wow, I love that. I love that. Now we have, brands, designers, editors in the room, on virtually, and we have so much going on in our new world. What are some of the best practices for us to take good care of ourselves as individuals?
Yeah. That's interesting. I always say that right now we need to really pay attention to narrowing our focus. I know that sounds lofty or simple maybe, but I think the problem we have is we want to do all things at the same time. And so we're missing out. We're missing out on what matters. And so I say let's narrow the focus, really hone in on this is what I'm supposed to be doing right now. Because when you narrow your focus, you narrow your senses and you narrow the emotions. Some of us are just running around doing so much and we don't know what we're feeling. But that feeling is ruining us. When you think of burnout, that's one of the common threads you hear with people. But burnout happens because we've not prioritized our what we're focused on. Rest should be one of those things. if you ask me. Rest should not be a solution to burnout. It should be a barrier to burnout. So
What do you mean by a barrier to burnout?
So before I get to burnout, I should learn to rest. I should learn when to pause. I should learn when to get off the computer. I heard someone say, when your computer starts breathing louder than you, you've been working too long, right? And so it's us being able to, I see you smiling, you know what that feels like. When the computer starts being really loud, right? Or you have to plug it in, that means you've run a complete battery down. But we don't know when to stop. Even working from home, even though I believe it's something companies need to really consider, leaving it as. But you have so many people that aren't taking lunch breaks. They've not seen outside.
A bathroom break.
A bathroom
Let's start
break.
there, right?
Or you're taking the phone to the restroom, right? And so I just feel like if we narrow our focus, it can all get done, but it doesn't have to get done all at once. And if you work for a company that requires it's done all at once, companies hate this, but I say leave. Find a place that nurtures who you are.
I love that. In your experiences, you work with some major companies. I'm going to have you just say some of the companies that you work with, and CEOs, and as an emotional and practitioner. What are some tips you have for brands on sustaining their teams?
Oh, yeah. So when I go into these companies, I always tell them that I work for everyone. So I do consult with leaders, all the C-suite people that's in charge, but I also work with the actual people that make it happen. And some of these companies include publicists. I've done everything from media to major influencers, Toyota, every type of industry, tech, fashion. But what I recognize is no matter what, the common thread is humanity, right? And so even with the push for diversity, don't get me wrong, we need that, right? We need this inclusion. But we need to understand that what makes me the same as you is not because of our skin color. It's fear is fear. Joy is joy. Shame is shame. Happy is happy. So it's emotions that make it. I don't have to meet you to recognize anger or to recognize being shy. And so when I work with these companies, hello. When I work with these companies, I try to teach them how to, I don't try, let me back up. I teach them because I think I'm good at it, but I teach them to recognize that we're human first. And so what does that humanity look like in the workplace? When it comes to relationships, work is a relationship. And make sure I get to the balance thing too. I want to mention that. But work is a relationship. The thing about a relationship is you want to be seen, you want to be heard, you want to be known, right? Not just compensated. So I know you're married to a darn good guy, but if all he did is dropped a lunch card on you, a gift card or some flowers every blue moon, it's what does he make you feel like when you're together? That's what work has to be about. What do I feel like when I'm with you? That's a relationship. So I think being able to teach that, like how do we feel each other? Not from top down, but across. How do we feel? And then the other thing I would tell companies, if anyone's listening that run a company or you're in charge, do away with this false idea of work-life balance. If I spend most of my awake hours in the workplace or for the workplace, how is there such thing as balance? There can't be. I'm awake most times, and then I'm supposed to do life outside of that. How about we treat work as a part of life? I'm one human that shows up to every aspect of my life, including work. And so when companies stop trying to push this narrative, now they're changing it to work-life harmony, work-life integration. Call it what you want. I'm one person. Tend to me, care for me as I show up here. Because if I'm well here, I'll be well everywhere. I should be able to show up well everywhere.
I hear an amen corner to my left. What's this amen corner to my left? I love that. You've spoken to designers at many of our events. We've had Tico. So often we go straight into the business, and I'm like, before we go into the business, can we actually meet people at a human place first? And so we'll have Tico sometimes open up at events like these or at our designer retreats. And managing a brand when you're, talking about bootstrapping, which most of the designers we work with are, is very challenging. What are some practices that, Black designers can really do to stay focused and to keep going?
Yeah. So as an emotional intelligence practitioner, I'm certified to administer an assessment. And one of the scores in the assessment is reality testing. And reality testing says that I can be present and in the moment. Like I can know what's happening right now. Here's where it gets tricky for particularly creatives. We want to be so hopeful and optimistic, which I'm totally for. But in that, we have to see for what it is now. And so one thing I would say is, what are you working with right now? You're not working with the same tools as your white counterparts. You're working with what you have as a Black designer. We are the minority. The reason HFR exists is because of the percentage that we take up space in the fashion industry and in retail. We have to accept what is. Another thing I'm going to say to all my Black and other people is this, boldly, be okay that it's performative right now. And I know that's not popular, but here's what I'm saying. Perform until you get it right. And so if it's a performative act, don't shut down or cut off the connection, the entryway you get in. Because here's the deal. Once you get in, performance or not, because they're performing, someone's performing and doing a jig. Once you get in, you now can authentically bring someone else in. So I would say recognize where you are. So one of the things that's reality right now, reality testing, is a lot of this is performative. A lot of companies are feeling the pressure to include, right? And they don't know what that looks like. We shouldn't hold them to this standard that should have woke up or wake up in the morning and be woke. Like, no, you got to grow to that, right? But you do what you have to do. Just recognize what's happening now. The other thing is, I would say, manage your moments. And so we're trying to do so many things. And what I mean by manage your moment, every time, this is a moment. If I'm sitting here thinking about, did my kids wake up, because I'm from Los Angeles, they wake up and go to school, I can't be here. Most of the time, we don't manage our moments. Life is made up of a bunch of moments. So I need to be in control of those. Because here's what I do know. Life is going to throw you something that you have no control of. How many of you participated in COVID? That came and no one got to say, I don't want to do this, right? So because life's going to do that, manage your moments. Emphasis on your. Be in the moment. Focus on the things that matter. Manage those things. Manage your time. One of the things we don't do well is manage time. Girl, when I tell you, we like to rush. I'm waking up 3 hours before. I'm sitting and sipping my coffee. That's self-care to me. You know I do. Don't inconvenience. Don't throw my schedule. Like I just like, but that's self-care for me. If my flight, you know me in flights, I want to be at the airport 2 hours early because I want to sit. I don't want to rush, but really caring for our time, just managing my moments. And when I'm on time, I can do that. So I think for designers, I hope that helps. I mean, I know there's some practical stuff. Thank you. You're nodding, so I'm a believe. It's you and I. I'm a believe, that of course there's practical things about how we do our money, how we budget. But for me, I care about the human side. Because you know what's funny? You can make it and still be broken. I know so many people that have made it. They're your goals on social media, and then they're broken. We've seen the uptick in not being emotionally well, right? And so prioritizing your moments is what
I love that.
that's what I think.
In the back, we were talking with American Eagle and with Lemlem, well, with Terry and with Melissa.
Yes.
And we were talking about so often, right? We're talking about sustaining everything, but we don't talk about sustaining people in the sustainability, conversation.
Yeah.
And kind of give us your thoughts on how companies, as they're moving to sustainability, what's the most important thing, which I just said, but then how do you do that? How do you sustain people?
You see people as you see yourself. And that means you have to see the well part of you, because there's a such thing as this toxic work. So you have some CEOs, so because they're addicted to work, then they expect their teams to be addicted to the same type of work. Because they live attached to titles, then they want their teams to honor titles more than they honor self. I think we have to meet each other at the human level of what actually makes me feel ashamed, what makes me feel happy, what does joy look like? All of us at the core want this thing called happy, right? And so as I get to define it for me, really talk to the person. I'm interested, I'm always intrigued, I should say, when I get a call from a company or an email and they say, yeah, we've tried this, we had this one speaker, we also brought in this one person, and I'm like, how many seeds do you plant at one time? And then just walk away. I really like you in this interaction. So Brandis, you're off for a minute, but I like you. But think about it. Companies are planting all these seeds, but they're not tending to the garden, right? So when they come in, I'm like, oh, it's great you brought in 11 other people prior to me, but when you work with me, we're doing this for 3 months or 6 months. I don't want to just be a seed. Let's see some growth here. The other part is we could overwater, right? You can overwater a plant. I've killed plenty of plants by overwatering. So really managing your garden, like what did we plant? Did we pay attention to, was the soil good? Did we pay attention to the growth? Did we weed out the weeds? Did we take away what was killing us? Just being more intentional, I would say, about the people. Paying attention to what they need, what makes them feel seen. And not just seen in the black way, white way, Asian way, like seen. What excites me? Maybe one person likes a surprise party. The next, don't surprise me, it throws me off. Like really be keen into, if I like books, I want a book gift card. I don't want Chipotle. But, like paying attention to who I am just to me matters for companies.
It's so interesting because it's a different way, right, of approaching the workplace, is a different way of approaching sustainability for sure. And I'm sure a lot of companies like, how are we supposed to do that? Plus achieve all these goals. But I would argue that taking care of the people, you won't have to worry about the goals.
And the funny thing is, most people in leadership, sometimes they don't match the company, right? Like you see these progressive commercials and then you meet the people who actually run the company, like, wait, you wear Dockers. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's different. Like it doesn't match, right? But we have to really, again, get intentional about our word too. If you say that you're a company that you're open to newness and you want innovation, then you better innovate. I'm gonna tell you something. These millennials, because see, I tell my age all the time. I'm 46, right? So in my mind, I'm almost 50. That's what you're gonna hear me say all the time. But the millennials that are working, the verdict is still out on if they feel entitled. I'm not gonna call judgment if it's entitlement yet, but they're not playing this. You just make me work and give me a computer. Their attitude, and I'm wondering, should we have been that way when we were in corporate? Should we have demanded more? And so companies are saying we want the innovative people, but innovative people are coming with demands. And in my mind, separate your heart from it, but you better meet these demands. They're holding leaders hostage. And here's the deal with that turnover rate right now, that's crazy. The big, what is it? Everybody's leaving, right? The quit. I'm gonna call it the big quit because I couldn't find the word. But it's the superstars that's quitting because they can go somewhere else. So you should be really smart so you can keep your superstars. Now that to me is a strategic move. It's not just this emotional, even though I love emotions, right? It's not this soft thing. It should be strategic that we care and take care of our people because we want them here.
Right.
And they're going to the competitors. I mean, that's what I'm saying. They're like,
Let me tell you.
We lost them to the competitors, so yeah.
I love it. Okay, last thing. Can you leave us with some practical things that all of us can do in our daily lives to manage our emotions?
Yeah, so we're always taught to pause before we take action, right? How many of you have heard, stop and then take action?
Think about it first.
Yes, I say stop and feel what you need to feel, because what feels like anger could be shame, right? What feels like excitement could be impulse. I mean, you have to stop and say, what do I really feel in this moment? And here's the other one. Take a beat and request a pause. So before I hit an email, I don't have to respond right away. If you and I are talking, I could say, let me think about that. I'm going to get back to you. But we always feel the need to act so quickly. I say manage what you feel. Really tap into this feels good for me, or it feels against what I stand for. Everybody in here has said a yes at least one time this week when you didn't want to. Because most of us aren't skilled at accepting no as a complete sentence. So just really saying, this is what I feel right now, and I have to honor this. Even if the feeling, last thing I'll say is this, emotions aren't actions. So we've been taught to get rid of the emotions because we don't think emotion, because we act as if those are actions. Emotions are not actions. They're triggers or signals to tell us something's happening in me, around me, or to me that needs an action. So anger is not bad because that's not the action. What behavior do you choose to serve the anger is where it can go good or bad. Does it make sense? Absolutely. So really tap into what you feel and don't be afraid of that, because that's not an action. Fear is not an action. We tell people don't be fearful. So you know what most people do? Just try to avoid feeling fearful all the time. But fear is natural. right? So once you feel fear, then the thing says, what do I do with it? Do I march through it? Or do I say, not right now? Do I pause? But really feeling, it's, I love feelings. They make me feel so good, but really being not afraid to feel.
Tico, like, you have literally set the stage for the entire day.
Excited.
And I'm so, do y'all feel all the feels? Yes.
Feel it.
Thank you so much. Please give Tico Najan a huge round of
Thank you,
applause.
guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joining Brandis Daniel are Michelle Terry, Fiona Kai, and Terry Roberts.
You can ask first, huh? So happy to have y'all here.
I will get in the middle.
So excited. This is incredible. Thank you for being here. All right, so I know you guys have done so much work with sustainability, so I'm excited to get to it. Now, let's start with, how is AEO currently thinking about sustainability?
Can I just take one step?
Yes.
Say
yes.
thank you to HFR. You all are awesome. Brandis is a real one. I think you know what I'm talking about when I say this. I met Brandis in 2020, and this has been one of the most wonderful partnerships we could have. At AEO, we talk about inclusion, diversity, equity, and access. And when we think about sustainability, what's more inclusive than our planet? You talk about, I do like sci-fi, so I like The Martian, but we all on Earth right now. And so if there's one thing that brings us all together, I do think it's we're all in one place, and we always should do what we can to make sure it's best for ourselves and also the future.
Thank you so much, Terry. I'm going to get a shirt that says, Brandis is a real one.
As long as I get a cut.
And then I'm going to put, quote, Terry Roberts.
Yeah, we can make that for you from production.
Oh,
But I'll let Michelle, if you want to.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks so much for having us.
absolutely.
So I oversee for the company sustainability and responsible sourcing. And right now I would say, I've been working in this space for a number of years, and sustainability has never been such a priority, so top of mind for everyone, such a strategic initiative for the company. And I think it's coming from a number of different places. First and foremost, AEO, it's American Eagle, Aerie, these brands are very focused on a young customer. So our customer is 15 to 20 years old in general. And this demographic, this population is talking about sustainability. It's on social media. They're aware of climate change. They list climate change as being one of their biggest concerns for the future. And they're really holding brands accountable for taking responsibility to take action. So we have our customers, and then our associates also. I think that these days, we want to work for a company that is reflecting our values, and that we see the ability to take action within the company and to be part of something. And sustainability, I oversee a department for sustainability, but really it has to be, the entire company is getting engaged in it. So we have those factors, and then also, externally, investors are asking about it. There's regulation about it. There's media about it. So we really have to be taking proactive action, so that we're managing our programs in a way that's appropriate for AEO, with all of these stakeholders now asking questions. So yes, it's definitely become a huge initiative.
Love that. And you're right, even my daughter who's 6 is very aware of, where we're putting plastics and where we're putting...
The sea turtles.
Yeah.
My daughter brings up the sea turtles all the time.
She's
So aware. I love that. What are your sustainability goals right now for AEO?
So we have been working on sustainability for a number of years. In 2018, we felt that we really needed to be clear on what our initiatives are going to be around sustainability and to start directing action within the company, and then also to be able to clearly communicate externally what it is that we're focused on and we're working on. So we looked to see where our biggest impacts were, and from that developed goals to really focus on water and jeans. So we're looking at how to reduce water in all of our jeans production. The second on climate change. So we've committed to being carbon neutral in our own operations by 2030, and then reducing the energy used in our manufacturing 40% by 2030 and 60% by 2040. Additionally, we've made commitments around raw materials, looking at cotton and polyester in particular, and then also finally at waste. So how do we reduce apparel waste? We put some programs in to be able to recycle garments. You can bring your jeans into the American Eagle, you can bring bras into Aerie, and then also where can we reduce plastic waste, which I know is a huge concern for everyone.
Absolutely. When people bring their jeans into the company, are those recycled, and like how are you using the jeans that people are bringing in?
So they're being recycled now primarily into insulation,
Okay.
And some other products that can come from that.
Okay.
Would love to move to a place where we are, how do we recycle back into manufacturing? And we do have initiatives for that at the factory level. So with our factories are working already at how to incorporate those fibers back into new products.
Okay. Awesome. I have some ideas.
Okay.
I'm going to share with you guys later on what we can do with these jeans for the HBCUs.
Excellent.
I have an idea. Can you tell us about some of the changes that AEO has made in production? And actually, you just told us that, so that answers. What further changes would you all like to see in fashion, just for a more sustainable industry? Because we're talking about it a lot, but there's still so much work to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And that's for anyone of us.
Yeah. Do you want it for production?
Well, obviously, I think it starts from at every level. So in terms of in the production where I oversee Aerie's 3 brands, Aerie, Offline, and Unsubscribe, in their production, product development, manufacturing, and global sourcing. So we definitely want to expand our real good offering. So meaning all our product would have a sustainability aspect to it. And we want to continue to expand that offering to our customer. And then at the same time, we're really aligning and supporting the initiative is team up with partners that are really sharing the same sustainable value in their manufacturing process. In terms of, focus on their water and energy savings, have them they do have water waste management, and then using renewable energy to power the factory or in-store efficient energy all through the layout. Maybe we're also starting to look at reduction or elimination of chemical in some of the process like dyeing and coating. So adopting like solution dye as dope dye or natural dye. We also, partner with the partners also looking into really invest into their disposal and treatment of waste material management, and then invest in replacement of machinery, old generation machinery that is into more energy efficient design. So I think at AEO, the one thing that I feel like we're doing, we're not just at that level. This is a collaborative effort at every level. So we also continue to challenge our team. What are the sustainability opportunities in their daily routine, in their process? So people can, just for example, in our design and development process, how do we want to minimize waste? So one of the things that the team is looking at is incorporate 3D technology. And sometimes the team start to find out when we challenge them to do it more sustainable. They find out sustainability actually goes hand in hand with efficiency. So having them, look at the sustainability piece of it, it actually, in the 3D technology, it reduced their workload. It also improved the sample execution. And then last year, my team also, what they did in the color department, we implementing a elimination of plastic use in one of our process. All our suppliers has a habit. When they send us content and packages, they wrap in plastic bag.
Yep.
Sometimes they wrap in layers of plastic bags.
Yes.
So we said, we don't want anymore. So, those might not be a huge corporate initiative, those little things that counts. So we implemented that policy. But obviously, old habits die hard. Not everybody can comply right away. So what we did, and our team up with Michelle, we also started penalize people that's non-compliant. All the proceeds from penalty goes right back to Michelle and her team, invest into sustainability effort for the corporate world. So
I love that. So basically, you're telling your suppliers, you can ship to us, don't ship in plastics. If you keep shipping in plastics, you're going to get penalized, and you're taking the money from them being penalized and rolling that back into
it's
sustainability.
most effective
That's incredible.
when you want people to do what you want them to do, hit their pocket. Right away, they'll do it.
We don't
But
take
that's
advantage.
brilliant, right? That you're taking the money from the penalty and that it's going back into the sustainability budget, right? For you, that's incredible.
Yeah, and at AO, everyone has the opportunity to make an impact just by changing behavior and habits. Just like, go paperless, unplug the electronic, recycle. And, this is what we are doing at AEO. And simply put, at AEO, we live in what we believe in.
Love that.
Well, I think it's amazing even that we're on a panel together. A few years ago, it would be sustainability. The sustainability person talks about sustainability, production talks about production, and it was seen as being much more siloed work, whereas we really understood that the only way to meet our goals is with the dedication of the production teams, the design teams, the merchant teams, everybody really getting involved in the program.
Right.
And that's where we've seen the impacts is, our factories have made amazing changes, but our designers and our production teams, they've been there working together with the factories to get these new technologies up to a place that's meeting our expectations and aesthetic.
I love that. Because if you're over here in the corner talking sustainability and everybody else is doing something totally different, it negates everything, all the effort that your department is putting forth.
And one thing Michelle talked about our associates, as we call our employees, and sort of their passion, and Fiona talking about everybody can do their own little thing, is that we call our ERGs, our employee resource groups, networks and connections. So, one of those networks is our green team. And so that is, associates from the business who are just passionate about sustainability. And it's amazing what people can do when they come together. And I say, all change is one step at a time, right? Like where they talk about every journey starts with one step. And so it's really awesome when you get people involved in doing their part.
Right.
And they do stuff like, hey, if we hit this goal, we get a day off or an early out on a Friday, right? That type of thing, and people are like, oh, okay,
Great, great incentive.
Right, but at the same time, you're getting some great action as a part of that.
That's incredible. Now, Terry, I know you have some exciting news about an internship opportunity.
Yeah, so here's the thing. So Felita on your team, we were having a call. It was myself and Michelle. And we're talking, and I do like to talk, and I get excited, and I was calling Brand, it's a real one, and I was just going off on HFR. But then we were talking about, the fashion industry and the fact that sustainability is the future of fashion.
Absolutely.
I mean, it is. I mean, I think that's a fact. And, just like many things, people of color and maybe specifically black people are always not sort of reaping those benefits, or they do so far down the line that they're not able to achieve the same results. And so I say part of it is making sure we get sort of a greater representation, even just within the sustainability field, because I do think there's a distinction between just fashion, and retail, but then those people, even like a Michelle, who's like a real expert in the sort of technical aspects of sustainability. So after this call, me and Michelle were talking, and Michelle's really smart, and she's like, Terry, like, here's the thing, you can have degrees, you can have fancy letters behind your name, but what we really need are people that have real life experience. Because, not speaking for you, Michelle, but you go into rooms, probably these conferences, and it's a pretty homogeneous looking population. And I think it's important to sort of diversify that I'm not saying it's the earliest stage,
Right.
but I do think in the life cycle of sustainability, we're probably still toddlers, hopefully. And so, we just thought just a little thing we could do. It's not big, I know.
Look at
I
here,
don't
we
want.
are not going to be
I don't want
downplaying
to.
this good opportunity.
No, I don't want to parade. We ain't getting a parade. But we said, what's the little thing we can do? We can try to maybe help to diversify like sustainability offices, like within companies, including our own. So
Right.
I said, what better opportunity maybe do an internship for this summer that we can then continue on. Maybe working with Michelle, which is pretty good in and of itself. And so that's what we're going to do, and we want to reach out to the HBCUs just because, you all do a great job with HBCUs. My parents went to an HBCU, Virginia State University, and so I think that's a great opportunity, and hopefully that little part, and if we get more people doing that type of thing, all of a sudden you start going to these conferences, you start going to these events, and then you see, I think, a more representative cross-section of our society at these tables.
Yeah.
I think that's going to make a difference, right? And so,
We're going to give that a hand clap, right?
And you get to work with Michelle. You probably see Fiona. I will jump in every now and then to say hi, but
We are
it's awesome.
a fun group of people. Very passionate, but very fun and lovable people.
I love that. So if you all too know an HBCU student that's looking for an opportunity in sustainability, how do they apply for the opportunity, or where do they go?
Yeah, so literally I had this call with Felita. I'm a real one too. I had this call with Felita probably a week and a half ago, and we got everything approved. And so what I'm going to do is I'll figure out a way. We'll put it out probably on AEO Inc. or our site to try to work with some people.
Okay.
But we'll try to make the opportunity. Like I said, it's going to be one position right now. So that's a limitation. But hopefully this can be something that we can build on in the future. Like I said, every journey, one step. But if we can do anything, if we have this opportunity to provide information and opportunity, and that's one thing, I'm so thankful for you, Brandis, is that y'all believe in access, which is, I think critical. Like I said, we go by this idea of inclusion, diversity, equity, and access at AEO, and that access is an important thing because, I'm looking out into the room here. I know others are on the streaming. I mean, you're having an opportunity to hear from people, to learn, and that's access that a lot of people in the past haven't had. And so when you have an organization like HFR who's doing that, don't ever take it for granted. And that's why I'm rolling with you big time, Brandis and everybody else.
Thank you so much, Terry. Thank you. And we're so grateful. American Eagle, AEO, is one of our partners for this event, and so they've really helped to make this happen. So thank you so much for your partnership. Thank you for this conversation.
Thank you for having us.
And for the students who want to know more about that internship opportunity right away,
Reach out to me.
I was going to give them our email. And we could
Or do
forward it.
that.
You wanna
Do both.
that?
Do both.
I could give you guys, if you at harlemsfashionrow.com. We'll look there, and then we'll send, until the page is set up, and then we'll send those resumes over to you. Does that work?
Yeah, we'll work it out.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Join me in giving them a huge hand of applause. Thank you so much for being with us. We're so grateful.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you, Brandis. As always. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Brandis Daniel is Melissa Janice.
Y'all, I'm probably breaking all COVID protocol. I am such a hugger. So I gotta actually do better with like saying, is that okay? Thank you so much for being here,
Thank
Melissa.
you. Thanks for having me. It's such a beautiful setting. My goodness.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Well, that is thanks to the Google and YouTube team. Thank y'all so much. They have, so this facility is everything.
It's amazing.
so beautiful.
Beautiful and welcoming too. A great team and staff making it all come together.
Absolutely. Thank you. When we were thinking about sustainability and the brands we wanted to have on, Lemlem was one of the brands that I was like, we have to have someone from Lemlem on, because you've been doing this work for so long. I have some pieces from Lemlem, and not only is it a sustainable brand, but also the pieces are beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
So first start out by telling us your role with the brand.
Sure.
And we'll go from there.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we're so pleased to be here. Thank you so much for thinking of us and having us with you. I've been working at Lemlem for, I think, around 9 or 10 years now, and I came on Lemlem to set up its foundation.
Okay.
And then my role evolved, and I took on different sustainability aspects of our work as well. So I think Lemlem is a very unique brand that actually started in order to address a sustainability challenge. And our founder, Leah Cabetti, who sends her regards and to all, her story and when she talks about why Lemlem started, she always says, I didn't set out to have a brand, but I saw a challenge in my hometown, in my community, that I wanted to address in some way, push the needle some way, and the brand was a way to do that. So Leah grew up in Ethiopia. She went back to her hometown and saw what was happening in the local market there to traditional weavers who have for centuries been working in the art of hand weaving and creating garments that people in Ethiopia used to wear every day, but less and less as the global market changes. And they were losing jobs and losing livelihoods, and that art form was dying out. And so she saw Lemlem as a way to connect the beauty of their craft and their skill set to the international market, and create and shape the design in a way that made it very much accessible around the world. So that's the founding story of the brand, and that emphasis on the makers has always been the core of the brand.
I love that. I love that. Now, what's Lemlem's approach? Well, what is her approach to sustainability, right? So, where are the fibers coming from? Where are they getting the fabrics from to actually create the garments?
We think of that, of sustainability, as this holistic strategy, and I think that's one thing that we always try and emphasize in how we portray the brand as well, that there is this focus on the people.
Right.
But the materials are equally important to us as well. So we look at each of those, I'm going to call them levers in the sustainability process in a different way. And we're very much kind of centered around the weavers and their environment and their livelihoods. How could we make sure that they're able to build a sustainable livelihood with a living wage?
That's how we started the day off, you know that? We
Exactly.
started today out talking
Exactly.
about let's sustain people first.
Exactly,
Right? Okay.
exactly. But then this environmental footprint is equally important in making sure that the materials and the sources that we use are responsible. It's a unique brand in the sense that we work with a workshop of weavers in Ethiopia that actually make the fabric. And it's such a fascinating process to see how a bowl of cotton becomes the yarn and then is spun and then woven into these beautiful panels of fabric that are then in turn made into the garments. So we have this kind of vertical process in a way, but in a very kind of hand-spun way. And we're able to see that kind of step by step. And one of the things that we've looked at and tried to concentrate on over the years is how can we make sure that the design process really honors the fabric itself, and there's less waste, and we find ways to repurpose it, and we think about how it's cut to make sure that the patterns are created in a way that uses most of this beautiful fabric that they're creating.
Absolutely. And you talked about, you started with the foundation part of it.
That's right.
And I know that there's like, what, 5%, I believe, of the profits from the brand go back to the foundation. Can you tell us a little bit about the foundation?
Mm-hmm. So the foundation is the foundation and the brand are, sisters that sit side by side and support one another. And we saw the foundation as a way to really leverage a different type of resource to help communities along our supply chain. So the foundation concentrates on, what can we do to support better access to services for the communities that make the brand, that we care about, and we focus our programming in a couple of areas. We started with a focus on maternal health, wanting to support moms that are, working moms in East Africa to really have better access to care and education about pregnancy. And then over the last around 5 years now, we started an artisan training program directly with the key workshop that makes Lemlem as a way to bring more people into that workforce, train them in the technical skills, and especially bring more women in. In Ethiopia, weaving is very much a man's domain, but it's a good quality job, and we saw this as an interesting way to support an apprenticeship in a way where you learn on the job, you gain those skills, and then you transition into the workshop as part of a class and a family, kind of a supportive community. So we've been trying to expand that program every year, adding different types of weaving training and sewing training, and using it as a way not only to bring people on, but to upskill staff at the workshop. And we've been really interested in hoping to kind of continue building an upcycling component to it as well. So how can we take damaged fabric or fabric that didn't quite meet the quality control and drive it back into the process of training materials, or repurposing and thinking about kind of new beautiful Lemlem products that we could put out there.
I love that. How can we in this room support the Lemlem Foundation?
Well, you can definitely make a donation, which we always love and encourage on our website. But I think, get to know the brand and learn about us, get excited about our story, pass it on, get excited about fashion in Africa, which is one thing that's really important to us. Right. We think, you think of the beautiful processes that go into couture fabric and the fashion houses in Europe. But there's just as incredible skill all around the world, in Latin America, in Africa. We're so passionate and we love it. And we hope you do too, and would be interested in kind of getting to know the stories of the people and their craftsmanship.
I love that. Was there a time for you personally when there was, an encounter with one of the women who's actually making the product that really drew you more into the brand?
Absolutely. I love, my favorite thing about the work is going to the workshop and getting to know the women and men who are involved. It's a beautiful kind of lively spot. It's a women-owned workshop. There's this energy to it that's really infectious, and infectious in a good way. I feel like we can't say that anymore.
all of their stories are amazing, but when we first started the artisan training program, we had a class of women come in, and our focus really was giving them a place that they could kind of, form a life in Ethiopia and not have to leave to find employment out of the country, not have to migrate, not have to, make a choice that would take them away from their families. And I think I was most captured by their stories. They're just, what kind of brought them into the program, and then watching how they helped one another and, came to love what they were doing and get excited about learning how to make the products and, kind of carry forward and have that pride and confidence as they spent more time with the workshop and with the brand.
Love that. I would love to see it.
Come
at some point.
Come anytime.
Would love to. As a brand is growing, and there's also so many technological advances. How is the brand thinking about how you move forward with sustainability?
Mm-hmm. We've been adding some different things. The heart of the brand is hand woven, so it's not a high tech process. They work on traditional looms, and that's what makes it extra special. But we also have lines that are made with more traditional workshops and factories in Kenya, and we started a swimwear collection, which is made in Morocco.
Did that launch?
It launched 2 years ago now.
Yes, okay.
And please go online and check them out. Tell us what you think. Okay. And we're excited about, especially in that swimwear collection, piloting use of new fabrics. So one thing we did was try a green swimsuit using a fabric called Reprieve, which is made from plastic bottles. And more and more, the fabric itself is called Reprieve.
Okay.
And we were excited to look at how that fabric could be kind of integrated into our swimwear collection, and to spur our thinking about how we might kind of continue innovating in our processes as well.
I love that. I don't know if I had ever heard of that fabric, but now I have to go and
check it out.
Check it out. What are some changes that you think other brands can make just to become more sustainable?
I think sometimes it can seem overwhelming. So I think it's to narrow it down and say, what do I care the most about, or maybe reverse the question and what can I do quickest, or what is that one element that I can focus in on, that I have the people and resources to tackle right now, and take it step by step, because really this sustainability is more than it is this kind of all-inclusive concept, but sometimes it's just a matter of diving into kind of one piece of it. One thing we're doing right now is going through this impact assessment for B Corporation certification, and using a free tool that's online to go through and assess ourselves and kind of what we're missing in our processes, what's strong in our processes, and we've learned a lot in that, and so I think that's a kind of a unique way for small brands in particular to start thinking about the different areas, and then I think talk to your peers, bring people together, start a B Corp support group, or a way to share kind of tools and resources, and kind of find out what others are doing, and tools that they're not necessarily proprietary. They're things that can be shared. What are your best practices in different governance policies, and in how you work with the communities along your supply chain that might kind of relate to one another. So that I encourage. We also worked with a few bigger brands through collaborations, and got to know a lot more about how they were looking at sustainability issues and the tools and resources, and they were often very generous in supporting our foundation. So that's another way to think about your kind of collaboration strategy as well.
I love that. I was thinking, as you were talking about the fact that you guys were self-assessing and self-evaluating, what is it? It's a B Corp evaluation.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking, we should do that at HFR. Even this event, we had all these plans to print all of these things out, right? We were going to print out a separate fee. We were going to print out programs for all of you. We were going to print out and then, my team came to the space, and we're like, this is a sustainability summit. Why are we, and this space, again, thank you to Google. I don't know where Corey is, but This space allows for a fully sustainable event. So I'm really proud to say for this event, we haven't printed out a thing, and that everything is digital, which it should be for this type of summit. So I think the idea of saying, let me self-assess, and that's something we can all do if it's a free tool, right? We can all self-assess and say, how are we doing? How's our department doing? It doesn't even have to be at a company level. So thank you.
And then
so
set
much
small
for that.
goals too. So it's not
Absolutely.
that everything has to be done in a day. It's taking it step by step and thinking about what you can put forward every day.
Absolutely. Well, Melissa, please give Leah Cabelli
I
our
will,
best.
I
We honored
will.
her last year at our Fashion Show and Style Awards. We're so excited to have had you here. Thank you again. Please stick around.
I will.
But thank you so much. Please join me in giving Melissa a huge
Thank you.
hand of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yes. Don't fall.
Take care. Have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Well, I'll keep in touch.
Okay. Thank you. How y'all feeling? Should have started every conversation with how are you feeling? Since we started out the morning that way, right? And this is our first, again, in-person summit in 2 years. And we've been all cooped up. And now we're actually here and in person, and we get a chance to meet and connect with each other. It's incredible. I'm really excited about the next conversation because it's with a designer that I love.
No rush. I don't want to make it feel that way.
All right, let me see.
Joining Brandis Daniel is Rodney Patterson.
I mean, how dope is he, right? Just incredible. Thank you, Rodney, for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And I love this pop of color. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
And I don't know if you guys can see these shoes, but they are everything. Everything.
Thank you.
How have you been?
I've been well.
How are you feeling?
I've been well. Thank you. I'm feeling really good.
Good, 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 good. I'm trying to see. Can you guys hear Rodney? Not well? All right, so if we can get the mic turned up just a bit so that we can hear him. So let's talk about your brand.
Okay.
Essential. What was the inspiration behind it? And tell us about the brand. Tell the people in the room.
Okay. So
About your brand.
Essential's a headwear brand, and a little background.
Okay.
So my background is in visual merchandising and styling, and some design projects for ready-to-wear over the past decades. And my approach has always been about finding new ways to see things that were traditional. And I've always been excited about unique shape and proportion. So about 7 years ago, 8 years ago, I was watching fashion shows, runway fashion shows, and I wanted great hats. I wanted unique hats. It's like, okay, all winter I wear a coat.
Yeah,
and I wear
yeah.
But I like. I wear coats, and but I want a great hat, just like something that would make a statement. So I started. I found a hat maker in Soho, who made hats, and I would go in. And I would say, okay, I want it to look like this, and I want it to be this size, and talk to him through details. And he would make me these hats that were one of a kind, which was exciting. And people would stop me on the street and say, hey, where did you get that hat? I'd love to buy a hat like that. But obviously, having them handmade one by one, I couldn't sell them, and make any profit. So little by little, I learned the process of making hats. I would buy hats and then have him remake the hats, different things like that. And they were all really just based on things that I wanted to see in hats that weren't available, and then also the people responding to the hats in a very, very positive way. So that's kind of how Essential came about, or what the inspiration was.
And how long have you had the
Like a
brand?
something that was missing in the market.
Right.
Yeah.
How long have you had the brand?
The brand is just short of 7 years old.
Okay.
It started word of mouth, and people would come to my living room and try on hats. And then I guess 5 years or 2 years later, now for almost 5 years, I've had a website, essential.com, and that is
Everybody's
picking up.
going to it on their phones right now.
Exactly.
Right?
And then I sell mostly through Instagram, not through Instagram like on online Instagram, but basically people see posts that I, post, and I do everything very organically, shoot it. I'll throw a hat on the floor and take a photo of it, or there are some influencers.
See, but you're very organically is probably so dope.
Well, maybe I'm a little bit ahead of the game because I have a styling and visual merchandising background. So maybe that helps me a bit or whatever. And I definitely kind of have an eye or a point of view. I was very comfortable in doing this because of my corporate background of working for other retailers and letting them put their companies in my hand with how I presented their product. So, it made me feel like, okay, I can do this,
Right.
So, yeah.
Love that. Love that. What made you want to break away from the ordinary hat silhouette?
I'm not an ordinary person. I'm always inspired by seeing things that are unique or different. But not ridiculous or not like look at me for the sake of look at me. I like the idea that people, well, first off, hats are transformative. So if you put on clothing, you look great. But if you put on a hat, it kind of takes you to a whole nother dimension. So you have to choose the hat wisely, and you also have to be comfortable with that new dimension you might be entering in. So that's it. But I like that, and I have a small shop in the East Village, and people come in and
Where's your shop?
It's on 2nd Street, 67 East 4th Street, and it's on 4th Street between 2nd Avenue and Bowery.
Okay.
So it's a really great block of other makers and things like that, small shops and theaters and that sort of thing. It gets a lot of traffic, which is fantastic. But I'm able there to see people try on the hats and really see them kind of come alive. And then I have this really, really animated salesperson, and the shop is his sort of stage, and it all becomes somewhat performance art, whether you like it or not. That's what it becomes. So
now we all have to come.
Yeah, you do. And his name's Gary. Make sure I'm not there. You want to experience Gary because I'm going to tell you, hey, this is what the brand is. Try it on or whatever. And Gary's like, oh my God, you have to try on this. And if you say it doesn't match anything you own, and he's like, if it doesn't match anything, it matches everything, and it's like, and then, someone else will try on a hat. He's, oh my God, Murder, She Wrote, and it's just like, it's a thing, you know what I mean? I'm just kind of like, let me know if I can help you, can I get you a size, but no, it's a performance, I have a camera, for the shop, and I sometimes look at the camera of the shop, and he's perfecting his outfit in the mirror. How about straightening the shelf,
We have to all go see Gary now, right?
You must, exactly. It's pure entertainment. You don't have to buy anything, but just experience Gary for sure.
Well, speaking about buying anything,
Okay.
we do need to buy something.
Well, yeah,
right?
of course, absolutely.
So let's talk about why is it so important for people to support Black designers in this climate?
So first off, I, coming from a real pure retail background, which was obviously large corporations and probably owned by, older white men, I always assumed that was just the way it was. I've always had an entrepreneurial spirit, so I always thought that there was going to be a place for me somewhere in it. But I think I probably also thought it was still going to be managed by persons other than persons of color. I was going to play a part in it in some way. Once I started making the hats, and from my living room, I got an overwhelming response of Black people who would just come and say, I'm so excited to be giving my money to another Black person. And that was great. And I didn't put a lot of stock in it in the beginning because I just thought, okay, that's her thing. But it's really, really nice to have a community embrace you. And, the hats aren't cheap. So you're not doing it just to, support me. You're buying into something that I'm doing. You are validating what it is that I have to say. And obviously, it must speak to you because, you're willing to part with your dollar, to support it and to do so. So I think it's really, really hugely important, that it becomes more of a part of it. I think it's also hugely important that the larger organizations or masses understand the power of the Black dollar and support those brands and this community in the right way. So that's in media. That's in having the right things. It goes down to when you go to the Duane Reade that you have better product in Harlem, or as good in Harlem as you might, in the West Village or whatever. So. I think that it's really, really important, and I think it's really important for our people to be smarter about how they spend their dollar, because a dollar's a vote.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Have you sustained yourself, through the last 2 years, which were really tough for entrepreneurs, and the fact that you not only have this incredible brand, but you've also been able to keep this store open. Clearly, at this point, keeping our sanity is a gift as well. But what has kind of sustained you?
This point in my life, I'm a bit of a daredevil, and I think to some degree, and I've never said it in the terms of like a bucket list, but I have a bucket list, and the bucket changes. But I definitely have a bucket list of things that I want to do. So when I was young and got into the industry, I always said, you know what, I create these shops for big retailers, whatever. Someday I want to have my shop, So I designed menswear for a while. I thought it was going to be a menswear shop. It didn't become a menswear shop. Thought it was going to be women's wear. It didn't become a women's wear shop. Somehow it became a hat shop. But having my own shop was something that I wanted to do. And I think you just kind of have to just keep pushing forward at whatever it is that you believe in, that you want to do, what you want to achieve. And, sometimes it's even okay if it doesn't succeed, but it's important to do it, I think, more so than anything. And I never would be a person who didn't try to do whatever it was, that I thought I wanted to do. So I think more than anything, you just have to stick to it. And I think that, through the couple of years, it's been tough. And by the way, this time I'm in now is incredibly tough in the way that, I decided I wanted a retail shop. I jumped into it. And it's like, okay, but have you really figured out getting those orders on time to all those online people, But, for me, it's like, 3 days a week I'll make hats, and then the other 4 days a week I'll be in the shop. Yeah, that's not how it works at all, But make it happen. Figure it out, And we're all going to have, as independents, we're all going to have challenges. It's how do you make the best of the challenges, and keep moving.
Thank you so much for sharing that, because for all my entrepreneurs in the room, I know that I see the heads. That spoke to me personally, and I know that you just being that honest and vulnerable, I know it spoke to so many others in the room. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Where do you see the fashion industry heading in terms of sustainability, and kind of how do you approach sustainability in your company?
So for the hat industry, particularly, it's in a moment of challenge. Unlike fashion materials, which are constantly evolving, the hat industry itself is a bit struggling. Where there used to be, when I started 7 years ago, there were probably 10 workrooms in New York that still made hats, and independent designers could go and have their hats made. It's now shrunk to maybe 2 or 3. With regards to animal products, a lot of retailers are now, going animal free because of the cruelty related to the product, and so very limited in what materials you can actually get or that retailers want to touch, And unfortunately, because the industry is shrinking, there isn't as much development of new materials and new, like better qualities of felt and better qualities of wool, to answer to those challenges. So unfortunately, hat making is probably not the most incredibly sustainable of fashion products. My version of it is that in the past, I'd worked with different manufacturers who created the product. I've since opened my own studio where there's one guy who's been doing hats, making hats 40, 45 years, and he sews, so this is a sewn hat. He sews every hat, he blocks every hat. So in order for me to keep moving forward, I realized I had to create my own vehicle for how the hats were going to continually be made. So that's my future. It's like, okay, I will find something to make a hat out of, and this guy is going to do it. You know what I mean? So that's, my part of it. I hope that as part of sustainability question, there's heritage. I'd like to leave a legacy of, hey, you don't have to make a conventional hat, and to keep pushing, hopefully people will continue to push forward to how it is that they can sort of move the creative industry or the creative part of making hats forward, So, and eventually I'd like to maybe do a program where seasonally I do interns or something like that, where I can teach other people, who'd like to learn the business, part of it. So hopefully that can move, the next generation of persons who are interested in making hats forward.
Absolutely.
Did I answer the question?
You did. That would be incredible. How can we support you, Rodney?
Got a checkbook? No. That's an interesting question. I didn't come prepared to answer that. Let's see. I don't know. I really don't. I really know.
You got a room. You got a captive audience right now, right? Don't you guys want to
come by the shop? Come by the shop. See Gary. Try on some hats. Don't feel obligated or pressured. But that would be great. Follow me on Instagram. How about that?
There we go.
That's a great one. Yeah, exactly.
And what's your Instagram handle?
It is Essential, and it's spelled more phonetically, so it's ESENSHEL at Gmail. I'm sorry, at Instagram, and then my email is essential@gmail.com. And by the way, because I am a small brand, if you call the phone number on the Instagram page, you're going to get me directly. If you call the website, anything you do, you're going to get me directly. So feel free to reach out. If you have any questions or anything I can do, just say hello. Yeah.
I love that. I have to come and visit.
Absolutely,
the work
absolutely.
Because I have not worn a hat. You said something earlier. You said that wearing a hat takes you into a new dimension.
It's transformative, yes.
It's transformative. And you're right, but I had never heard it expressed in that way.
And you have to be, so my hats aren't like insane, but they definitely are things, and I don't know if any of you in the audience are familiar with what I do, but they definitely get attention, and in most cases it's positive. But it's interesting also how my mind has changed about hats too over the period in which I was doing it, because I started out doing things that just were fun and exciting and out of just crazy, and got great response, of course, and I get a pretty decent amount of editorial support, and and the press is good to me, and TV shows and this sort of thing. So it's great because I don't have a resource who can go out and get those things at this time, but they come to me. So that's great, and I love the fact that I can do something very genuinely that I believe in, and people respond to it in that way. And the same with my Instagram. I don't have a huge following, but the people who follow me do because they like what I'm doing and they want to wear it, or it's just very, very honest, which is really nice. But I was saying I would do crazy hats, and then I was like, oh my God, I hope she doesn't go down the street wearing this hat, because that was my point of view. I wanted her to buy it, and I wanted her money, and I want her to love it in that way. But I was like, oh, I hope she doesn't go down the street. It's like, it's not a down the street hat, it's a magazine hat. But you know what? For that day, if down the street is her magazine,
I've done it before.
Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? It's like, so it's really changed the way that I see a lot of things. You know what I mean? Because it's just like, if they enjoy it, if it gives them joy, do whatever you want with it,
I used to do fascinators
Uh-huh.
all
Okay.
the time.
Okay.
I've not done them in a long time.
Okay. I could see that.
But
I
there
could
would
see you in
be-
a fascinator, actually.
There would be days
Uh-huh.
I would just have on a regular outfit,
Uh-huh.
walk out with my fascinator on all day long.
Exactly.
Because that was the mood that I was in.
And see, that's fantastic. I
And it
think
was a
that's
moment.
exactly. But the old me would be like, "Oh my God, where's she going in that fascinator?" In her Reeboks. It's just like, please, because I thought it had to be, a thing. Now I'm like, and I'm not doing it to sell, more hats. But people come to the store like, "Oh, I don't have the outfit as like a T-shirt and jeans." Like, if it lifts you, if it makes you feel good, put it on. There's so many things, daily to bring us down. So whatever it is that makes you happy, go with it. So I found that through the joy of watching people, try on the hats. So it's definitely changed, and that's my life. Like, I wear a hat every day. I don't worry about, most of the time I'm going to my studio. I don't work in the shop a whole lot. I do Thursdays, for the most part. But because Gary is on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, particularly. So, but even going to work, sweatshirt, jeans, and some version of a hat, and I don't think about it or whatever. I just, put on a hat. And then there are days too I want to wear a baseball cap, by the way, and I don't make many of those. But for the most part, yeah. And people, interacting with people, stop me on the train. "Oh my God, I love your hat," And some days I'm, handing out a business card. Most days I don't have a business card, but that's part of the process.
Well, we're all so excited about supporting your brand, about coming to the store. One way you guys can support him right now is not only go follow him, but take a picture of his page or take a picture of him and post it in your story so that people
I
can go and
appreciate
follow you. So thank you so much, Rodney, for joining us at our first annual Sustainability Summit. We're so grateful for you.
And thank you for having me, because I don't, this is new to me, and I'm greatly enjoying this experience.
Awesome. Well, we have enjoyed you.
Okay, thank you.
Please give it up for Rodney. Thank you.
Very good.
Let me get a picture.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Thank you again.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Please welcome to the stage Deandra Ray.
Hello, everybody. Nice to see you. Thank you guys for being here today. So I'm excited to talk to you guys a little bit more about my sustainable and vegan brand. So we're gonna start why we're all here today is because of the problem. We all work in fashion, we love fashion, but we know it is one of the most wasteful industries in the world. It produces 4% of the world's waste. That's about 92 billion tons of waste. So we have power here as conscious consumers to really make a different choice. And that is really how I got into the sustainable fashion movement. So I started off really just thinking about ways that we could tackle this problem. I've worked in the industry for 10 years and I've seen firsthand these devastating effects, from discarded sample runs to, we've talked about it before, overproducing waste with dye, making sure that you're not using sustainable products and vegan products and you're thinking about profit. These are all problems in the industry. So I saw it and I was like, there has to be a better way. We are sitting here really contributing to the downfall of the environment, and we have to do something different. So this is really where change fashion really had a place in my heart. So I'm thinking about this and I'm like, okay, there's a way to do this. And then I go vegan. So I go vegan 4 years ago, and I'm like, I'm looking for vegan shoes on the market, biodegradable shoes. No one has a biodegradable shoe. You go into Saks, you're looking for a vegan shoe. It's made from polyurethane. It's made in China. It's made unsustainably. And so you want to purchase these, you want to be a part of the movement, but you think to yourself, am I really being sustainable? So these questions are spinning in my mind. And so this is really what brought me to start Joanne Vernay, which is my luxury vegan shoe line. We are made from fruit, and we are made in Italy. We are made from pineapples. And so I started this to help combat that problem. I'm very excited to continue moving with this brand and showing you guys how easy it is to be sustainable. People think it's this hard, difficult process, but as I share my process, you can see it's all about making decisions. You think about profit, but you want to think about the process. So I decide I'm going to use my 10 years of sketching shoes my whole life. I was going to start a shoe line. Had no idea it would be luxury vegan, made from pineapples, any of these things, but I knew I was going to start a shoe line, put it into the market. I'm merging that with my background in fashion, and that's how I came up with the idea to actually do something about it. And so I'm figuring out what our first design is going to even be made of. And at this point, it's 2019. There really aren't much fabrics out that are vegan and sustainable, that are biodegradable, let alone manufacturers that even know what I'm talking about. So I start this process. It takes me a year, believe it or not, to actually figure out how to make this shoe. And I finally come across Piñatex, which is actually made of pineapple leaf fiber, so it's made of the top part of the pineapples, and it has the look and feel of leather and the weight of leather, but it is not leather. And my mind is blown, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I have a brand here. We have a fabric that believes in sustainability, so now we just have to find somebody to actually manufacture that, which is the next difficult part of the process. So I've started the shoe, I come out with the designs, I come out with the fabric. You have to get approved, you're a sustainable brand, by a lot of these companies to actually use the fabric. They want to make sure that within the internal operations that you are also sustainable. So the approval process was nerve-wracking, get approved, and then we actually now have fabric for our first shoe. So part one is done, now part two is even more difficult. Who's going to make this shoe? I'm like, I'm going to make this shoe. That's how overzealous I am. I took a shoemaking class, and I decided I was going to make all the shoes. Looking back, that's actually hilarious, but at the moment it made sense. And so after figuring out I couldn't make the shoes, I'm shopping around. I'm going to people in Brooklyn. I'm going to other people in the US. I bypassed China because I do know that sustainability is not at the forefront yet, although it's changing. And I'm looking everywhere, and people are telling me they don't even know what Piñatex is. They don't want to work with it. They don't want to work with non-leathers. They just want to use the vegan leathers that are traditionally made of polyurethane. So I'm like, we have this brand. At this point, I've collaborated with different companies. We don't have a manufacturer. Finally, I find a manufacturer in Italy who actually believes in helping us make the product. And they're a sustainable brand that believes in the eternal practices. So we launch Joanne Vernay, made from pineapples, in 2020. And it comes to the market. They actually are so supportive that they help with our sustainable packaging. Our packaging is made from sustainable cardboard. Instead of using express shipping methods, this is how easy it is to be sustainable, we're using ground. Instead of using workers that are underpaid or workers that are not getting fair rates or fair wages or time off, I'm talking to the factory to see what vacations they have in place. Are these people actually living sustainably? All of these things make your company sustainable. Even down to the feather on the back of the shoe, organic cotton, hand-dyed. This factory actually collaborated with us to make sure that we were sticking true to our brand pillars. And I always say, people ask, how have we made it this far in a year and a half? It's our brand pillars. Our brand pillars are biodegradable fashion, so we don't use anything that's not 80% or more biodegradable. And our brand pillars are also Italian luxury designs. Everybody loves fashion, you want quality. If you are spending money for a sustainable product, you want it to last. If it lasts for a year, how disappointed of a customer would you be? So all of these brand pillars matter. And another brand pillar that we have is the circular fashion process that we're talking about. And not wavering from these brand pillars is what helps us to become the sustainable company that we are today. So now Italy's making the shoes, we have them out in the market, and people are so receptive to them during the middle of a pandemic. No one's going anywhere. People don't even know what Piñatex is. I don't know if they care that it's made from pineapples. It's a heel. Nobody is literally wearing anything but a flat. I'm nervous. I'm like, how is the market going to respond to this? But because we stuck to our brand pillars, the market was responsive. And so that is what my charge is to the designers and the producers of the world. Stick to your brand pillars of sustainability and stick to what makes you different. And that really is what allowed us to really scale and grow into a company that will be releasing new styles soon. We will be going into product extensions and experimenting with other sustainable fabrics. So after launching this shoe, it really got me to thinking in other ways that companies could really be sustainable and talking to companies about ways that they can change their practices. And so that is why I'm here today, to really charge you guys to think about it in a different way. I'm sharing my process, and it's all about making different decisions. I could have thought of the profit, and I could have said, okay, I'm gonna go with the cheaper vegan polyurethane leathers, and that's going to be my line. But then how sustainable are we if polyurethane takes 30 years to biodegrade, which is the same lifespan of leather? So you have to really bypass the way other people are doing things. I could have said, I can work at China. It's cheaper, they're moving into luxury, and we'll make more of a profit. Our margin will be better. But at the end of the day, if these factories do not support our sustainable processes, how sustainable are we? Even looking at what we're using in the lining. Is this a vegan product? Is the glue vegan? Is the glue biodegradable? All these small details matter. And when you look at this in your process, you're able to really keep your company sustainable. So for all of the small designers that are creating brands, all of the consumers that want to be conscious consumers and actually change the way that you shop, it's as easy as these simple decisions. You go into your local Saks, you see a sustainable brand, maybe you try this brand out versus the everyday brand that you know of. You're producing a line, maybe look at the materials you're using for your line. Look at the way you're producing your line, where you're producing your line, how you're shipping your line, and you can really turn it into a sustainable practice. Nowadays, people have the luxury of a lot more vegan materials and biodegradable materials on the market. So it's really no reason that we can't be sustainable. And a lot of large companies say they want to keep their profits going, and this is why they can't make the change. But I'm a testament here to say that we can make the change. We are a profitable company, and yes, we're making it in Italy, and yes, we're using an expensive product, but the product is quality and it's truly sustainable. So we can do this, we can change the way that the world is looking at this in the fashion industry, and we can really make a difference. So I'm very excited that you guys are able to learn a little bit more about my brand. I hope that you support Joanne Vernay as we continue expanding in the market, and you take this charge, you use this story to listen to ways to make your brand sustainable or to become a conscious consumer. So instead of always thinking about profit, we want to think about process and ways that we can continue supporting this. We have to get the discussion going like we are today, making sure that we actually are talking about ways to make this possible. I am a small brand. I'm a sole owner with a few interns. So if I can do this, you all can do this. We all can make a change and make a difference. This is why we're here, to really take the next generation and the next way by storm in reference to making products. So on behalf of Harlem's Fashion Row and Joanne Vernay, I'm Deandra Ray, here to really show you all that sustainable fashion, even in a small business format, is possible. And thinking about the process over profit is the way that we are going to change the industry. Thank you very much. I appreciate being here. Thank you.
We will now take a 10-minute break. If you can join us back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yay! I think I was like just at 10 minutes. Okay, good.
I've been thinking of spending my time while you've been working west of the sunshine, going through the phase of cloudy days that passes by sometimes. A million risks, but you fall back to thunder. Broke the skies to touch your skin. Hold me up like a prison and watch my colors paint the water. The sun will start sinking in. I knew your dreams were real before they came alive. But when all the
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage Felita Harris, Akiwa Shabaka, and Miko Underwood.
How is everybody doing? Oh, no, you didn't.
Yes.
How is everybody doing? All right, that's more like it. Thank you so much for joining us. Ladies, what are
that's
you
Felita.
wearing? What are you wearing?
Oak and Acorn.
Can you stand up and show us what you're wearing? We were behind stage, and I was like, oh my God, this is like so amazing. And I just wanted to take a minute and talk about it. First of all, the belt bag, this lace, amazing embroidered suit. Can you just give us a minute? Like, talk about your brand and talk about what you're wearing.
Sure. So every piece is absolutely sustainable from the jeans. My denim and our denim shirts are made of organic and renewable fibers like Tencel and Refibra. The shirt is made from a Turkish artisan collective. They're a group of women that live in Turkey who continue to operate in the slow textile process. So they're hand weaving and hand dyeing the looms for the fabric, and they're washing it in a Dead Sea, and it's all plant dyed. So we have these in colors as well. And then the jacket is a upcycle jacket, and then we use any of the scraps because we have pants in this print.
Okay.
And so we use any of the scraps from that and just kind of repurpose that stuff. So
I love it. I love it. And you have created the first denim sustainable brand in Harlem.
Yep.
And you know, I bought my first Oak and Acorn safari jacket. I told you about this.
Yeah.
In last fall, and I wore it out.
Okay.
Like it's fantastic. Like, so bravo to you.
Thank you. Yeah, well, our jackets are very well received, and we're also known for our coveralls, which have been a staple piece in our collection.
Yeah, I know Brandis lives in your coveralls, so like super familiar with that.
Yes.
Akuya.
Hi, my name is Akuya Shabaka. I'm one half of the mother-daughter duo of House of Alma, and we are a boutique. Okay, can you hear me? All right. Did you hear me before? Okay. But yeah, we are a boutique lifestyle brand. We're produced in Los Angeles, California. And yeah, today I'm wearing one of our cherub suits out of our fall-winter collection called Bloodroot, inspired by my mother's maternal lineage out of Louisiana. And we use a lot of dead stock materials if we're not producing our own textiles. And that's been a practice that we continued and segued from our upcycling roots. And yeah, this little bag I have here.
Stand up.
The little bag I have here is made from just some of our scrap materials. When we produce our textiles, we try to use all of the fabric. So usually we'll make scarves or bags or just other little things for our direct-to-consumer audience. So.
I love that. And you work with your mom, which I'm sure can't be easy. Well, I know my daughter would never work with me, so you work with your mom, and it's such a beautiful thing. Like, you know, we've experienced your dynamic, and it's amazing. What inspired you both to start your company together?
I always thought of fashion just as a way to express myself and a way to connect with people. Growing up in like South Central California, Los Angeles, I always felt kind of like an anomaly just because of like my Caribbean heritage, and just my family was a little different than the other African American people I was seeing around. So I used expression and I used fashion as a way to just connect with others. And kind of just through that, I started to continue some of the practices that my mother had. When she would come home, she would sew, she would quilt. These were just different practices that the women had in my family. So I started to work with my mom. We were just like, okay, let's make clothes. She would help me with different pieces. This was when social media was beginning, like Instagram. And we would just put them up, and people would say like, oh, can you make this for me? Or, oh, these shorts, you know, we were upcycling. Can you do this for me? And so we made an Etsy shop. And fast forward, we moved from the Etsy shop to making our own website. And I moved here to New York. And we really decided to hound in on our strong suits, which is storytelling and looking at Black history narratives and expressing that through garments. So that's kind of where we were with it.
I love it. And you both expanded beyond Los Angeles and beyond Harlem. Miko, tell us why it was important to establish the first sustainable denim brand in Harlem.
Well, Harlem is my birthplace. That's where my family grew up. And it represents so much of who I am culturally. I feel like in Manhattan, you'll find an eclectic, cosmopolitan group of people. In New York City, just above and beyond. But Harlem is known for being this international hub, and it's world recognized. But particularly, I wanted to start this sustainable brand because I hadn't seen firstly, I hadn't seen any Black women lead denim, number one. Number two, after working in the industry for several years, I had been leading brands around the world, living in Asia, and I had not heard of this story of denim that I had started to stumble on when I started to look at why I was so engaged and so excited to make things from denim. And when I started to look at the story, I found that denim had been indigo had been the hidden commodity of the slave trade. Denim was a uniform that had been relegated to the enslaved population in America, and was considered Negro cloth and unfit for anyone to wear. And these little caveats weren't little by any means, were huge. And I was like, I've been presenting denim stories for brands from, Jessica Simpson collection to Kamora Lee Simmons to Von, all these different denim lifestyle brands, and I never had told a story. So I felt like, what better way to represent Harlem and Harlem's history and Harlem's Renaissance and everything that has come out of Harlem, but to be able to express this story and share this narrative. It's not a Black story, it's an American denim story that's just never been exposed. And there's so much to it. And I just wanted to begin to tell the history behind why we as a community love to wear jeans.
Wow, I love that. What are some of the obstacles that you both faced in trying to implement sustainable practices? I'll start with you.
I think one of the things that we're experiencing, especially now as our brand is growing, and just the demand when you go into like the wholesale market, is to produce. And it's been a learning curve for us because for us, we were a made-to-order brand. We did not hold inventory. We only sat on the fabric, and when someone would put in an order, we would make the garment. But as you grow, you see that, one, it's not as economical for these larger production houses to make ones of one. So then you run into that, especially if you are producing locally, which is a part of our sustainability practice. And then you also run into getting your orders, and they're like 100 units. And so this was something that we're working through now and having to kind of like push back on. One way is to only produce a smaller quantity and seeing how it goes, and then putting in a larger order. For us, our direct-to-consumer is still made to order, so we don't sit on inventory regardless, and still trying to use dead stocks as much as possible. These are just things, though, you know, as you grow as a brand, that you're running into that kind of interfere with your sustainable practices.
Oh, I mean, similarly, we were having this conversation backstage. You know, some of the things that we're running into is literally our bandwidth. Like, we're a small team, and we have, you know, distribution in Nordstrom and Shopbop, and we're finding that we're often catering to them versus what is right for us as a business. Because when I started this business, my idea was to, you know, having been in the business side, which I also find that I'm trying to get rid of this old thinking, because business is not operating like that today. But I'm recognizing that, you know, we're catering more to what their needs are. And when we started, we wanted to just use them as a partner to market our brand, when we really wanted to focus in, you know, do our drops on our D2C. But so much of our time and energy is spent in meeting their deliveries and their timelines. And, you know, we're waiting. They've been great partners to us. Not to say they have been incredible partners, but it's more about us being able to have energy to focus in on our direct-to-consumer. And direct-to-consumer is not just online for us, because our brand has a real wellness component. We see sustainability from a 360 perspective. First and foremost, for me, for my personal story, just being able to learn this history and learn about all of that, it was a wellness opportunity for me, because learning about my own personal history as it relates to what it means to be in this country as a Black person and what we've done as Black people in this country, it was really uplifting and empowering for me. So that, but also, how am I taking care of myself? Am I operating sustainably? Am I being, you know, am I being paid the way I need to be paid? Am I taking care of myself on a day-to-day? Am I getting the rest? All of that is part of sustainability. Then how I show up in my community. We have a social impact arm, you know, and that's really important to us. So, and then obviously our fabrics. But we wanted to be able to really maximize on our wellness component, and being able to really share that part with our customers. So we see D2C not just on the online, but actually being in live activations with our customer. And so we want to be able to do more of that, which we feel like doing so much of the wholesale has just been taking us away from that part of it.
Sure. So what advice would you give designers that want to implement sustainable practices? You've had 2 years, you know, like you said, this experience with wholesalers. So what advice would you give?
I think one thing that even we were talking about backstage is that you have to figure out what lane makes the most sense for you. I think obviously as a business you are trying to grow and you're trying to become profitable, you're trying to acquire you know, just a certain level of sustainability for yourself. And I think also understanding what works and understanding your consumer, and you know, potentially you don't have to take on as many retailers and have to produce as much inventory. Maybe it seems good at first, but also you probably could make more money if you produce these items or do a made to order on your direct to consumer site and only have like 1 to 2 retailers. So I mean, this is something that we're trying to figure out now, is what makes the most sense for us. Maybe it's not producing 2 to 3 collections a year. Maybe we only produce 1 and we spread it out and we have mini capsules. So these are just some of the business ideas that we're thinking about that allow for us to stretch just silhouettes and stretch designs. And quite frankly, it's like your consumer is not a new consumer. They may love the shirt that you produce 3 seasons ago and they want a different colorway in the shirt, as opposed to creating like all of these new collections every few months. It just doesn't seem sustainable, and that's kind of where we're at.
Yeah, I would agree wholeheartedly, and I would also add, remember why you started doing it. Remember why what would the passion that drove you to it. Remember why you wanted to begin doing this process from the beginning. For us, our brand was to share a story. We wanted to help our community heal. And so at the core of what we do is about helping the community heal. And so, you know, with any young designer, I would say follow your passion, follow your gut, whatever drives you. Art has been an incredible space for me to heal, and this is why I express in the way I do through clothing. And sustainable clothing for me is, you know, it's not, like I said, it's not just about the fabric, but it's about, you know, how you're showing up for yourself and your community. But just remember your why. Yeah, don't forget that.
You know, you're reminding me of a conversation we had about your why and your legacy for your children.
That's right. That's right.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I grew up seeing Wrangler, Lee, Levi's, and all these brands that have incredible legacy. They have generations where, you know, their companies are generations that will continue to have this legacy of a brand. My son has been with me from the beginning. He was with me in Asia. He learned Mandarin. He saw all of it. My nephew, the same. And so I see them as carrying the baton and the torch forward for legacies to come. I feel like if anything I could leave for him is how important it is to heal, to be and to always take care of yourself first and foremost, to do unto others as you do unto other people. Think about how you can impact your community, and really you can give back. You can use your art, because I never knew. I'm from a Caribbean family too, and what we learn is that you don't need artists. We need professionals. We need doctors. We need lawyers. So I didn't think that I could be able to do this healing with art, and I'm passing that to them, that they can heal through their art, and they can use this brand and this foundation that I'm building for them to continue to express and let it to evolve and grow in the many ways this beautiful oak tree will grow.
I'm going to go back to you and your mom. I mean,
Yeah.
God willing, Kennedy, listen. So legacy, you're in it. You're building it. When you think about the future, what do you want to leave behind?
We talk about this a lot, my mother and I. We're 30 years apart as well, so, you know, we're entering different phases in our life, you know, and I will be carrying the torch as she's gone, but we always talk about how we want to have a heritage brand, and we see other houses that have been able to do it and also been able to do it and carry it with family, and that's something that we think is really important for us to do, and not just for us, but to share that experience with other Black American designers, just how important it is to have something that can be a foundational and equity tool to pass, you know, for the generations to come. And so for us, exploring our familial stories, which is a part of our creative process when we're creating our designs, is also it's also bringing forth that legacy and bringing forth those narratives, and, you know, not allowing them to just be hidden, but bringing them into full sight. And that's something that's really important for us, is just unpacking these narratives, unpacking these stories, especially the things that aren't really said, the folklore and et cetera, and bringing them to the forefront, and also understanding that it is an American story. And so I think legacy is really important. I think that we continue those practices every day with the stories that we pass down and the stories that we say from our grandmother and et cetera. And I think that, you know, that's just a part of what we're doing here.
Wonderful. So my last question is, what advice do you have for BIPOC designers who want to enter the fashion industry?
I would say,
oh, I love the smile.
Yeah,
Like,
no, because
what will I say?
I think it's changed, you know, like my life has changed a lot, like in the past, like 3 to 4 years with my brand. I've had my brand since I was 15. So I went from, you know, a creative passion, a hobby, to, you know, a small business, to now like, okay, how are we gonna acquire large funding? Like, you know, so I've been going through these different phases. So it's not, for me, it's not like, okay, just do it, you know? I think that it's really important to have, you know, mentors. I think that's something that has really like grown us and just made us feel more comfortable being in this space, especially when you don't have the same resources. I think being a part of programs and incubators like Harlem Fashion Row and just the different people that we're able to communicate with is really valuable when you're beginning. I think that, you know, as much as you can, you even brought it up in terms of not focusing on being like a flaming torch, but thinking how you can just be a steady flame. And I think that it's really important to figure that out first before you try to catapult into being like the best American designer or something. You know, like figure out how you're going to work it for you and your community and your small consumer base, and how they're going to come back to you over and over again, and then you can start to grow, and then you can grow more and more, but you'll always have that core foundation. And so that's really important, I think.
I would say first, definitely on the advisors, you always need mentorship, but I would say be bold. Be bold, be fearless. When I first started in the industry, I had a lot of confidence and arrogance, maybe to my benefit, maybe to not. But I wasn't afraid to do what I wanted to do and say what I wanted to say, you know, and express myself on clothing. And so I would say it's important for you to be bold, but do not be afraid to be an apprentice, because education and learning from someone that has an incredible skill set is priceless. Take time to learn the craft that you want to know. Take time to do that. What I'm finding today in visiting factories locally, they're saying a lot of young people coming to them and just saying, hey, you know, can you just show me how you did that? Just write that down, which is like a smack in the face for someone who's been doing it for 30 years. You need to sit down and learn the time and take the time to do that, and really understand why they're in love with that process of maybe just threading that needle through that, you know, particular pocket.
Great. Well, ladies, thank you for sharing your advice and your sustainable practices with us today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage Brittany Hicks and Jessica Couch.
Hi, everyone. All right. So thank you, everyone, for being here today. My name is Brittany Hicks. I'm one of the co-founders of Fayetteville Road.
This is our agency, you guys, and I am Jessica Couch. I am the other co-founder. Super excited to chat with everyone today. So hopefully this will be fun for you guys too, and you learn a lot.
So we're going to jump right in and start talking about the new ecosystem that we exist in. We all know that retail is changing.
Absolutely.
And I love this slide because I feel like it really takes us back in time to the history of retail and how we've all engaged with the consumer experience, and brings us forward into the new ecosystem. So talk to us about that, POV.
Absolutely. So right now we're in a consumer-centric economy, and what that means is that the consumer decides everything, right? So back in the day, you were probably landlocked by your local malls. Those were the only things that you could go and find to shop. So you didn't really have the internet or globalization like we have now, where you have so much access. As a result, those brands and retailers told you what was the trend, It told you what to wear. It told you, you know, how things were going to go. Now, trend and style comes from the bottom up. So you have the customers telling houses that, hey, this is what we want. This is who our culture is. This is the type of products we want. And we can see that reflected. And it's super important to note that because it's changed how we should do business in fashion and when you're thinking about your own businesses.
I completely agree. And thinking about how our clients, retailers, partners consider assortment curation, looking at how they're marketing, looking at social commerce, it's a totally different time. The market has been completely disrupted by customers having more access than they've ever had before.
Absolutely. So in our eyes, our agency sees true sustainability as matching people to products on a one-to-one. Now, we're far from doing that right now, but it's super important that the designers of tomorrow think about how innovative they could be by whatever you create needs to be for a specific person. So whether you do this with persona development or better segmentation, you cannot afford to just make things because you like it alone. We totally get the artistic approach, but everything in the consumer-centric economy is about solving a problem. And in doing so, we're able to balance shareholder and stakeholder value. And you couldn't do that before, right? So if you have shareholders, you're always trying to please them. So they might tell you, we only want you to make this or do this because it's going to make us money. But when you have customers, you have to cater to that customer. And often that's not balanced. So you see a lot of companies like Netflix, right? They're in trouble right now. Their stock just plummeted because one, you're trying to charge us $20 for, and we're not going to do that. And you won't let me and all my sisters watch the same show, so we're out. So that's what happens when you don't balance shareholder and stakeholder value. It creates a terrible experience, and then people will leave.
Yeah, and so for our agency, it's really important that we focus on the microcosm, understanding that specific customer, who she is, what she wants, where she shops, who is she following on Instagram, so that you know exactly how to get to her. That microcosm will inform the macrocosm, and it's important because here's the issue we see.
So let's talk about this. These are the numbers, right? So we know fashion has a huge sustainability issue. It's the #2 pollutant overall. Big problem. I'm not just talking about pollutants with, you know, the dyes, the finishing, the actual textile processing, the factories overseas in Bangladesh that are falling apart and, you know, not having fair wages. We're talking about just here in the US, $62 billion of returns.
Crazy.
Now, crazy. Most of the time on your balance sheet, you can account for returns, right? So we can make amends for that. We can move money around. But more importantly, there's $50 billion of dead inventory. And what dead inventory tells us is that you're creating things that nobody wants. That right there is waste. And those two numbers combined create about 17 million tons of textile waste. So when we're talking about the importance of consumer centricity, this is why it's important. You have a couple times to really wow your customer, right? Right now, the customer is like dating a baddie. She's got options. She looks good. She knows it. You can take her out on a date and do something cheap. She might come back to you, but if she doesn't, she's done. And it's your job to listen to what she wants, create what she wants so that you're not caught up in returns, which 70% are due to fit. So obviously, brands aren't listening to what type of bodies they need to cater to, right? They're still putting stuff on mannequins, and mannequins aren't humans. And then you'll have the dead inventory where your stuff just sits in a warehouse the whole time. And whose pocket does that burn a hole in? Yours.
Yeah.
So all of that and the waste, you have to start thinking about the customer, segmentation, and how your products solve a problem. Now, we get this from tech because we're super tech-minded. Both Britt and I come from a tech background. But you can absolutely implement these things into fashion in the same way if you're thinking about the future of sustainability.
Yeah, and looking at it from my perspective with my background being in merchandising, we can look at the numbers in terms of total sales, in terms of slow turn, in terms of dead inventory and annual returns, but you're also wasting a lot of money and resources upstream in the supply chain. You're developing products in your design rooms that no one wants. You're assorting products and colors that people aren't going to pick up and purchase. Then you're shipping products overseas on a boat, flying it here that no one's going to even look at in a store because you're oversaturated with products that people are not interested in. And so in terms of wanting to balance that value, we really have to think about the beginning of this process and really working up the supply chain to be more efficient in how we think about creating products and getting them to our customers.
Absolutely. Now, if you don't believe us, just take a look at some of the research. So there's three main categories in which we absolutely have to be mindful as designers of the future, right? So personalized experiences. This is data collected from actual customers who are going to buy your products. They want something personalized. How can you think about personalization in your business? It's all about segmentation, right? You have to know exactly who you're building a product for, down to her body type, down to how does she gain weight. Because when you're grading, do you need to split the grading, or do you need to adjust it for a certain body type that's going to gain weight differently? How are you communicating those things? All of those things are super important. And lucky, I'm sorry, y'all, can y'all hear me? Okay. And lucky for us, we have technology that can integrate throughout every part of this process that you probably need to be privy to. And then you have a desire for better fit. As we saw on the previous slide, 70% of returns are about fit. And I know, I can just tell already. How many people have returned something because it fit poorly? Okay, great. How many people haven't returned it because you're like, I don't even want to go through this process, I'm just going to put it, exactly. So now it's like, I'm not going back to that brand. But this is so important to think about when you're thinking about the future of fashion and what sustainability looks like. You want to be the 20% of a closet that is worn 80% of the time, because that's how people view their closets right now. You don't want to be the thing that they tried it once and it's like, whack, not good, right? And then finally, the power of peers. So social commerce, how many people are aware of what social commerce is? Okay, great. I'll inform everyone else. Social commerce is the fact that consumers are making their conversions and purchase decisions through social media platforms. So you have YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. So if you're doing traditional marketing thinking that you're going to place an ad in a magazine or somewhere on a billboard and people are going to interact with your brand, you're wasting your time. It's social. So even when you're thinking about how you're going to adjust your marketing, your product, and your assortments for that, it encompasses really understanding the personas you develop, what she wants, what he wants, what he's shaped like, where's he's going to get his information. And that can seem intimidating, but it's not.
And I think even in this new sphere of social commerce, you also have to think about anti-marketing. Anti-marketing is very dangerous for your brand. So it's great to have someone support you and say, hey girl, I tried these jeans, they fit great, I love them, they had my booty sitting up, they tucked me in, they did all the right things. But imagine how powerful it is when she says, I tried those jeans and I hated them. You're not even gonna pick them up. You're not gonna look at them. When you see them on Instagram, you're gonna say, don't show me this again, because the power of what your friends say is so impactful in this environment. And consumers are looking at the consistency of your brand. So how you're marketing it. Are you saying the right things? Did you say something in copy that didn't really match what they saw in the image? Are you marketing curly hair shampoo for someone who has wavy hair that's not kinky? We see this all the time with brands that we know and love, and we will cancel you. We live in a culture now where, again, you have more choices than you've ever had before. You don't have to go on that second date if you won't feel it.
No, you do not.
It's not that important to us. So remembering personalized experiences are going to be important for your brand, making sure that the fit is appropriate, whether we're talking about apparel or just the product market fit for hair, beauty, skincare, and other trends. And then the power of peers is super important.
Absolutely. And don't get too intimidated by fit. Because we're not just talking about plus size. That's a huge industry, but the non-standard sizing industry is a $22 billion industry. That's petite. That's tall. That's, I need a longer inseam. I need a smaller collar. That demographic is a huge industry that needs to be catered to as well, and it's up to you to build the products that matter for that group, as well as to communicate it, because that's equally important.
Yeah, and then one thing I'll add, just within the power of peers and understanding who to market to, Strike the Shepherd is a concept that we like to talk about with our brands and brand partners, because it's really great to reach 5,000 people with impressions, but what if you could go to the one person who's the shepherd for that group? And that shepherd is really important because, again, she's going to trust her opinion. And so a lot of times when we're building matrices or trying to understand how to develop those customer campaigns or even influencer campaigns, it's really important for us to make sure that we understand the segmentation, understand the niche market, and then we're able to evangelize and partner with these teams to ensure that they're touching the right people.
Exactly, because all influencers aren't equal, right? There's some people you're like, okay, you just have a following, but if you see an influencer with your body type or with something that you're having a problem with, you're gonna trust them more than you just trust any celebrity that's out there pushing a product for a price. And consumers are smart, so they know the difference. So your shepherds of industry can be people that represent the demographic in which you seek to serve. It doesn't matter if you're creating bras or swimsuits or whatever. Think really deeply about who actually represents that community and make sure they're properly represented, because that's gonna be a big part of getting your products in front of people.
Totally. So when we talk about sustainability and we look at those 3 core systems that are really just best practices to integrate for your teams, sometimes when you hear technology, that can be really intimidating, right? Because everyone's like, what's the newest tech? What's the greatest tech? Who's investing in what? And how do we even integrate this into our processes? And it can feel like a really heavy lift, right? If you are managing 300 doors for a retailer that's national, well, which tech am I going to integrate across all 300 doors? That could be expensive. But being tech-minded means thinking about how we test and scale over time. So we focus on agile development, we focus on testing with consumer sentiments, and really infusing the voice of the customer into everything that we do.
And we're gonna be very honest, if you're not thinking like this in your fashion business is not gonna make it. You know what fashion has lacked over the last 20 years, where you can see like the major brands have lost 50% of their value? I don't know if you guys have invested in any Macy's or anything like that and saw it kind of go down. It's because they're not thinking about integrating the right technology. And it's not hard, it's just about best practices. So in your design room, there's 3D design, there's body shape analysis tools. Body shape analysis tools will tell you, let me see a woman, age 40, who is 5'4" and a size 8. Let me see her in different states. Because if I know I'm marketing my product in the South versus the Northeast versus California, those are different bodies. So I'm gonna have to know, as a designer, what to produce so that when we have the assortment in these geographical locations, they match the actual demographic that's available. That's how smart you have to be as a designer now. Or you have to have a research R&D department. Sometimes when we work with our partners, we're kind of like their outsourced R&D, because it's like, you know, designers want to design, and that's beautiful and fantastic, but you have to also design an experience, design your supply chain, design sustainability into it, and not just in the performative ways of saying like, well, we use eco-friendly bags. That's cool, but are you really gathering the right information to make sure every product you create is being purchased and it stays in that closet and they're coming back and it's sustainable?
Yeah. And so when we think about technology, it doesn't always have to be the latest tech or an app or some sort of integration that you're putting on your sales floor. It can just be best practices that help the customer make more informed decisions. So whether that's an appropriate size chart or predictive analysis around what size she should be wearing as she's transitioning from one brand to the next, or any of the things that you see here, updating your supply chain, consumer behavior, personalization. But again, it all goes back to being customer-centric and infusing the customer voice into every single thing that you do.
Yeah, it's like you just want to keep having a conversation. Now, we developed this, this technique from the time that I spent in grad school, right? So when I was in grad school, I was really studying tech and how tech was going to integrate fashion. And so this particular technique can help you when you're thinking about what type of solution do we need to bring into our business? What type of tech should we consider? What you want to do is do a customer segmentation. That's not hard. It's like, I'm making denim for big booties. What type of big booties? Big booties in small waist, big booties in big thighs, big booties that are you know, manufactured, big booties that are natural. It's something that simple where you're like, okay, that's my target demographic, like Good American. Good American said, I'm gonna make denim for big booties and small waists and use all the language that people have to solve their problem. So their products, though it is fashion, it's also almost tech-minded, right? They use all the words, the waist gap, all these things that they source from Instagram when people are talking about their experience with denim, and they incorporated those things into their marketing because they segmented their customer base so well. And then you wanna have a goals assessment. You might be focused on, okay, returns or dead inventory or simply a marketing strategy. You don't have to focus on all of those at once. Just pick what you want to focus on first. You want to do a structure review. So what do you really have the bandwidth to create? Who can you really bring in? Who can you partner with? You know, who's going to help you get your products out and make it make sense? Customer feedback. You can go on Instagram and see what customers think about your products or your competitors' products or similar products. But gathering that information and scraping that information can save you a lot of time and energy. And finally, so your production and design methodology. Do you want to show somebody a 3D item first and let them pre-sell? Or do you want to go ahead and spend the $1,000 and make the sample and kind of guess if they want it or not afterwards, right? I guess it's about how much money you have to burn. But there's so many ways that you can get smart about what your method of design and production is going to be if you think about it beforehand. And so once you kind of collect that information and you work with your team, you're going to analyze it, and that will let you know this is what type of tech we actually need. This may be where the gap is in our process. And you want to do this before you even pick out a fabric, before you spend that money, before you're going to sample makers, before you're adjusting your patterns. Do this first so that you only have to do it once. You do it once, you do it right. It's the best thing ever.
So with that, we are very excited to share our methodology. We're excited about all of the fantastic things happening in the industry that focus on sustainability and bringing this full circle to the customer. And we appreciate your time today, so thank you for having us.
Thank you. And ask us questions if you want later. Okay. And thank you, Brandon, so much.
Thank you.
This was awesome.
Is VLG mic on? Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for lunch in the pre-function area outside and come back at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Following flames, burning away, rising like smoke in the night. So far away, seems out of sight, but we will continue to fight. We are, we are, we are, we are, we are, we are chasing fire. We are, we are, we are, we are, we are chasing fire tonight. We are chasing fire. We are chasing fire tonight. Rushing towards the light. We are chasing fire. We are chasing fire tonight. And it feels so right.
Yeah, we party hard.
The truth is so hard to find. With all the things that's going on, I lost track, I felt so strong. I got you on my mind, but something's been done wrong. Sometimes I've been thinking of what to make of me and my memories. Sometimes I've been thinking of, dreaming of what it could have been besides memories. 'Cause I still need you. I've been left astray by the moonlight sweeping. Anonymously from within your home. You better hold me down. You better hold me down. Sometimes I've been thinking of what to make of me and my memories. Sometimes I've been thinking of, dreaming of what it could have been besides memories. 'Cause I shadow to my light. Did you feel us? Another star, you fade away. Afraid our aim is out of sight. Wanna see us alive. Where are you now? Where are you now? Where are you now? Was it all in my fantasy? Where are you now? Were you only imaginary? Where are you now? Plunger has arrived!
Like a gamble, I pay the price. Thought I could handle something undefined. Give me a reason to raise the stakes, 'cause I can't walk away. You keep taking the upper hand and you're leaving me exposed. I don't think I stand a chance when your feelings never show. Your love is a wild card, folding is the hard part. I don't know if you'll hold me or leave me here feeling lonely. Your love is a wild card, can't let this go too far. I don't know if you'll hold me or break my heart, 'cause your love is a wild card. Always came out back for round two, but you're still face down. I can't get to you. I'm in the red, so cut to the chase. What will it be today? You keep taking the upper hand and you're leaving me exposed. I don't think I stand a chance when your feelings never show. Your love is a wild card, can't let this go too far. I don't know if you'll hold me or break my heart, 'cause your love is a wild card.
Crazy, well maybe you're right. Spend the night with me, everything goes. Want to fucking get out of these clothes. I'm gonna treat you right. I'm gonna treat you right. Want your body, your heart, and your mind. Gonna see just how crazy inside. Just be patient, now I'm in control. I want it, want it, want it, want
drive me dead. I was lost, and I said to the voices in my head, I gotta get up again. I gotta get up to another day. I'm not giving up again. I gotta get up. I gotta get up. I gotta get up again. I gotta get up to another day. I'm not giving up again. I gotta get up. I gotta get up. I gotta get up Look into my eyes. My heart beats like a drum. You listen to my lies. Love is far to come. Your love is far. Running at the speed of light, kissing under city lights. Calls me in this morning time, while it just goes on. Running at the speed of light, kissing under city lights. Calls me in this morning time, while it just goes on. Gotta get up again. I gotta get up to another day. I'm not giving up again. I gotta get up. I gotta get up. I gotta get Gonna get up
The program will begin in 15 minutes. If you can make your way back in the room, it would be greatly appreciated. The program would start in 15 minutes.
Were you just playing a game with me? Sometimes I wonder. Or maybe we were both just playing a game, but using different rules. Often I would ask myself, do I really love you?
The program will begin in 10 minutes. Please make your way back into the room. Thank you. The program is about to begin. Please make your way back into the room. Thank you. Please welcome back to the stage, Brandis Daniel.
Hey, hey, guys. All right, how we feeling after lunch? We feeling good? Good. I just wanted to, before we started our program back up, and for those of you who are streaming online, I wanted to make sure that I stopped and took a moment to thank our incredible brand partners. First of all, can we give it up for Google and YouTube in this amazing space? My goodness. Set the bar high for us. Thank you so much, Google and YouTube. Google has actually been a partner with Harlem's Fashion Rose since 2019. I had a meeting with Corey Moran, who is over fashion and luxury for Google, and he heard my vision, heard what I wanted to do with HFR, offered up his space, offered up support, and I don't think he's in the room right now, but I'm so incredibly grateful for him and for Derek Blasberg at YouTube, who I called and said, hey, we have this idea. We want YouTube support to amplify this. And he said, yes. I want to thank him and Steph, David, and the entire team. And then I want to thank our brand partners, AEO, who have been partners with us for a few years now. Thank you so much for your support. I don't see their team. I think it's still on the hallway. People will be trickling in, but want to thank them so much. I want to thank Macy's for being a part of this and for being a partner for our first annual Sustainability Summit as well. And then I want to thank Tapestry and the Tapestry Foundation. Thank you so, y'all can clap, look at y'all, their team is in the room. Thank you so much for supporting this event and for being a brand partner. Harlem's Fashion Row, we cannot do this alone. And I'm so grateful that we don't have to, because we have incredible partners who believe in our vision, who believe in designers of color, who believe that we deserve to have a voice in this space. And I just had to take a moment before we, got back into our program to really express my gratitude for all of you. So I want to thank you so much. And then all of you who RSVP'd, you're going to get a special something to your inbox from Rent the Runway. So make sure that you are on the lookout for that as well. All right, how y'all feeling? Y'all got to talk back to me. Everybody's being so delicate with this space and this room. I had somebody walk up to me earlier and they were whispering, and I go, why are you whispering? And they are just like, well, I don't know. The space just feels, look, this is not that type of space.
relax. We want you guys to talk back to us on the stage, okay? Do like they do up at the Magic Johnson Theater in Harlem, okay? And let's have a good time and make sure that before you leave, like HFR is all about community. Like we live it, we breathe it. Hopefully you feel it with our internal team. We are committed to supporting each other. And so sometimes you can walk into these spaces and you walk out and you haven't met anyone that you didn't know before you came here. I am going to ask that everyone in this room meets one person that you didn't meet. And before we get started, I'm about to do, y'all don't know, but I'm a PK. So I'm about to do something that we used to do back home. I want everybody to stand up real quick and just introduce yourself to somebody. Tell them one good thing. Give them a compliment. Give them one compliment. Somebody that you don't know. Come on, fabulous designer. You too. Awesome. We have to loosen this room up. Thank y'all so very much. And we will get ready for our next segment. Yep, I'm ready. Please welcome Felita Harris and Kimberly Miner.
Okay, I'm gonna sit
I was
down.
about to say, you are too
far away.
from
Okay.
me. Kimberly Miner, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited to be here and see all these beautiful faces.
All these beautiful faces.
So wonderful.
Well, first, we want to congratulate you on your new role with
thank you.
Bandier.
Thank you.
Kimberly is the president and chief commercial officer for Bandier. So we want to give you,
Thank you.
you know, with so few Black women in C-suite positions, you know, we do want to take that moment and give you that respect.
I
and
appreciate you.
congratulate you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been an interesting journey. We talk about our journeys, and I won't take up time.
No, this is your time. You got to take
okay. So, I've held corporate roles, run $4 billion businesses, made a lot of money for a lot of companies. And because I was the only or the first, every day I had to prove myself. And so that journey seemed very long and arduous. And I felt like, is this going to happen? Because I would see other people, and they maybe did something 10 years ago, and they're still getting like all these accolades. And they're like, what have you done for me? You did something 10 minutes ago. What have you done for me lately? And so I left corporate America, started my own business, and it was about interim C-suite leadership because I knew what I knew. I just needed to apply that in spaces that people appreciated. And so Bandier was one of my first clients. And interestingly enough, VS & Co. and some of the other companies that I worked for became clients. But Bandier, the relationship that I developed with the founders and the questions they would ask and bringing me to the board and saying, that thing that happened that you were really excited about, she did it. I had never been in a situation where I actually got acknowledged,
Right,
you know,
right.
for those things other than a promotion, but it was a different type of promotion, right? And so, long story longer, a lot of things happened that that really helped this incredible brand, Bandier. Many of you know, there's a young lady here who I met when we came, you asked us to meet people we didn't know. I met her when I first came in, and she overheard that I was with Bandier, and she stopped. She's like, I love Bandier. And Bandier is just an incredible brand. The business needed to meet the brand. And so the board said, we see your vision, we agree with it, but we can't support it if you don't commit to it. And I said, well, what does that mean? I'm committed. I'm sitting in front of you. And they said, no, we'd like you to be the president because your vision needs to be realized through your eyes. And I don't know, that was quite a day. And I have enjoyed every stressful moment of it since then. Because there's a lot of work to do. There are a lot of changes that we're going to make. But it's so exciting. And I was just saying at lunch, I've found what I want to do. And, you know, we take this business to the next. And then I want to find the next business because founders are creative and they come up with amazing ideas, but they don't often have the partner to help them commercialize that idea. And that's what I love being in that space. So I'm excited. I'm really excited. And anything's possible.
Anything is possible. Now, we're excited for you, and, you know, you shed light a bit on the vision. Can you tell us about your role?
Sure. So as the President and Chief Commercial Officer, I'm responsible for everything except finance and ops. And so I run the business, so I get to look at the P&L, but I'm not responsible for making those reports. And when it comes to operations and logistics and making sure that the lights work in the stores, or, you know, our 3PL is up and running, that's not my direct responsibility. In commercial, being the Chief Commercial Officer, and that's why they were very specific in the title of President/Chief Commercial Officer, because there's a COO and CFO, and they don't report to me. But I'm responsible for the storytelling, the branding, the marketing, the product development. You know, it's a multi-brand retailer, so that means that we have to have a vertical operation as well as we have to buy from the market. How are we negotiating with those vendors? What does a co-op marketing agreement look like? We do a lot of collaborations. Who are we collaborating with, and what do those deals look like? That is my responsibility, and it really all goes. If you take all of that, it's the story that you relate to emotionally that makes you, as the consumer, you know when you want to buy something, but I make sure that you want to buy it from Bandier. So that is my job. So I'm the what, and you're the when.
That's a big job. It's a pretty big job.
Yeah, and I do it while I commute every week.
I know, and
also.
you still text me, which is really impressive. I will stop texting you so much.
No, you can text me.
So you have 25 years of experience in retail and fashion. Super impressive. We're here to talk about sustainability and design. What have you seen in your experience in these areas evolve?
Well, first of all, just the use of the word, right? The idea of sustainability. It used to be like kind of an abstract idea, and now I hear it all day. People are talking about sustainability. And what I find interesting about the word is that it means so many different things, right? And so when you think about a brand, I mean, we're talking about changing the world and saving the earth. But if you think about what sustainability really means, you can apply it to everything. And I think about it like that. So if I'm thinking about a brand, then I'm thinking about how are we creating a sustainable brand that will be forever relevant to generations to come. If I'm thinking about, how are we doing our process different, then how do I make that sustainable so that it's relevant and no matter who's doing it, it works to make sure that the business is successful. If I'm looking at how do we change the climate and save the earth from a sustainability perspective, then you think about resale, right? How big resale has gotten. I have 2 teenagers, and so the whole idea of resale and vintage shopping and thrift shopping, you think about that. There's a lot more. None of that's new, but it's considered a new idea because we're talking about it in the context of sustainability. The flip side of that is, what aren't we doing so that we are not making those differences, right? We went after fast fashion, right? How many of us still shop at Zara, right? Of course we do, but right, they're afraid to say it, raise their hand, right? And so we talk about it, but it's one of those things that we talk out both sides of our of our face, right? Like we want to talk about save the earth, but when you think about what fast fashion and even some slow fashion has done to the to carbon, it's 10% of our carbon footprint, right? And then water is even more, like how we use water and how we're dyeing and dyeing fabrics. And so when I think about it, it is right here all of the time, all the time. Before I came here, we were doing a color sketch and fabric review. And I think I asked 12 times, what color lab are we using? How is it different than where we've been? Because you're talking about sustainability. What's the difference? What's the real difference? I know there's a customer-facing difference, but what's the real difference? And when we talk about organic, so we do sweats, right? So organic cotton. So what makes the organic better, right? And there's a difference in the price, and then that's a whole nother conversation, right? Because even if you want to be sustainable and you want to make a difference, it costs money. So what are consumers open to spend to support the changes that you have to make to your supply chain, to your product suppliers, to your process? It's not free, right? And so again, we're balancing the scale of, we want trend, we want it at a price point, and we want to save the earth. That doesn't go together. That's not A plus B equals C. Like that's like kumquats and apples and some tomatoes, right? Like we have to have that conversation.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how is Bandier prioritizing sustainability, like in the strategy? And you just touched on it, right? Like you're asking, well, wait a minute, what are we doing differently in the process? What are some other practices that you're including?
Well, we are working with mills who their natural fibers are not treated. Like, so there's a way to treat fibers so that it can go through machines faster as it's weaving or being knit. And so we've started working with mills that don't treat their fibers. So it's a longer lead time. We work on a longer lead time, but we've accepted that longer lead time because that's important. Today we were talking about the cost associated with the garment dyeing and some of the things that we are trying to do with we want to garment dye as opposed to dye the yarns, because then there's less waste, right? And so okay, we're going to do that. We're going to do it in LA because then we can really manage it, but it's going to cost more. And so that's where the big conversation came up. Like, how much would you be willing to pay for a sweatshirt, right? If our sweatshirts are usually about $198, right? And that's using sustained, organic cotton, but in an older way. If we really want to push this envelope, that $198 sweatshirt is now going to be $268. Are you willing to pay $268 and say you are part of saving the earth a little bit? So those are the conversations, those are the things that we're doing. We have a brand, Wesley, it's 100% sustainable. We only use organic cotton and all the yarns. We do that. So should we be extending that to other brands? And the brands that we're buying from, have we really taken that step to ask them what they're doing? We haven't, but that's part of the strategy go forward. How are our third-party vendors partnering with us to make sure that if we say that's what we stand for, then we really stand for it? And it's a challenge with footwear. That's a whole nother day, right? Because with footwear, there are not very many companies that are making shoes from pineapples.
Correct.
So,
and why do you think it's important that brands and retailers prioritize sustainability? I mean, you've sort of, alluded to the challenges that it's creating for consumers.
well, I think it's bigger than that, right? It's the whole idea of the sustainability. So, I have teenagers. You have a teenager. I hope our teenagers one day maybe have children, and what world are they going to grow up in? You know, there was a, I can't remember which, it was, I think a Sunday morning. Like sometimes I'm older than I look because I like watching Sunday morning on CBS. But they had taken over a forest, and they had done different pods to show you what would happen to the earth based on if we do something, if we don't do something, and at what pace, right? So if the Earth's temperature went up by 2 degrees, or 9, which they said was the ultimate 9, or if it stayed where it is, and they went into these pods, and I'm a nerd, yep, I was like, oh, what happens? And so if it stays where it is now, and if we can keep it where it is now, we'll be fine. If it goes up 2 degrees, we might not be so fine, but we'll survive. Our lifestyles will have to change. You know, we might have to wear masks, God forbid. We might have to wear masks all the time. There'll be changes that we'll have to make. Our food systems will have to be more, less organic. If we continue on the path though, and we get to 9 degrees more, just 9, then it's going to be like, you know, what was like Mad Max? Because everything's going to die, right? Including us. So I don't see that there's an option, and we should all try to do our part. The thing that's really, I don't want to say frustrating, but I guess that probably is the best word for it, frustrating, is that the things that companies that are saying they're doing something, what the words aren't really matching the impact, right? And so like when you recycle, you go to H&M or Zara and they have those bins, that looks great. But most of those products go into landfills. So that's not helping. It's not like they're taking those products apart and redoing them and putting them back on the shelf. They go into landfills. So when you see people say that they're doing something, ask them to tell you the journey of what that is, and then challenge them, because that makes a little bit of a difference because it's cleaning out somebody's closet, but then what's it doing beyond that? And when you think of brands like Rothby's or, they're doing something, but that's changing maybe half of 1% of the change that needs to happen. So we have to be really diligent, and we need to ask questions and be curious and ask what else is happening? What are you doing beyond what your customer-facing representation of sustainability is? Ask those questions. And then read and be a science nerd and look for opportunities to offer, the brands that you love. People, if someone texted me or reached out to me on LinkedIn and said, hey, I have an idea, I'd be so excited. Like, nobody who's sitting in those jobs has all the answers, right? We have to be a part of it. So that would be my recommendation.
Two-pronged questions. What changes do you want to see from retailers, and who's doing it well? Come on. Come on, somebody's doing it well.
What do I want to see from retailers? I guess I want more transparency. I don't mind paying a little more and having less, right? Like, I don't need to have new something to wear every week, right? I'm fine with that. So I'd rather them take the time, tell me, what are you doing? Put a hang tag, like, not even a hang tag, really. I'd rather just go on their website and know exactly what are you doing, and then give me that choice. The other thing I think needs to happen is that there needs to be more regulation around it, because without measurable KPIs that people are held accountable to, we're not going to move the needle far enough.
Yeah.
So I know in New York there are some things that they're working on, but it needs to be global. Like, it's the same thing with race. Like, if there are not measurable things that you're being held accountable to, you can say anything. You can do anything. So those are two things that I'd like to see. And who is doing it well? I have to rap.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Bandier is doing it well.
No, actually, I will say, not to do a selfish plug, but I do think that Bandier is doing it well.
I love that plug.
I do. They genuinely care. They do. And I see it every day.
You are such a boss. Thank you for joining the Sustainability Forum, Kimberly. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. You did it.
Joining Felita Harris is Megan Farrell.
Yeah, just go back up. Okay. Well, that was fast. I went on vacation and came back. Here I am.
A very quick vacation.
A very quick vacation. Megan, it's so great to see you in person.
I know.
You know what I love about your background is that you are what they call in tech a domain expert. This is what you do. Sustainability is what you do. So can you walk the audience through your beginning, your career in sustainability? Because this is what you do.
Yeah, of course. And thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be with all of you guys today. So I've spent the past 15 years of my career advancing and integrating sustainability in the private sector. And I've done that in a number of different but kind of complementary roles. So I started my career as a sustainability consultant for PwC, where I worked with Fortune 500 companies in a wide range of industries, tackling the opportunities and challenges related to sustainability. So that's a really broad term, but what that really meant were things like creating their sustainability strategies, and then doing things like building robust reporting capabilities on sustainability metrics. So after 7.5 years at PwC, I then pursued an opportunity in industry with Banana Republic, which is a brand owned by Gap Inc. And then most recently, I was at PVH before being at Rent the Runway, where I helped launch and operationalize their latest sustainability strategy that was launched in 2019. And then I also ran their global climate change program and their global water stewardship program.
Fantastic. So you're with Rent the Runway, overseeing their sustainability program. So given that you've worked for a number of major players in the fashion industry prior to this role, set the stage for us about how production has changed in fashion over the past decade.
Yeah, so to set the scene, and most simply put, more clothing is being produced now than ever before. And in the last 2 decades, the number of clothing produced is triple. So in 2000, it was roughly around 50 billion units of clothes globally each year. And now in 2020, it's estimated to be at 150 billion units globally each year. So I'm sure it's not surprising to know that a big kind of fuel for this and this drastic increase is really fast fashion. And so when we say fast fashion, we talk about kind of the quick turnaround of styles and collections at low price points. So consider the fact that the normal design calendar is kind of anchored in 4 seasons. For fast fashion, that design calendar is anchored in 52 micro seasons, with styles being introduced, new styles, each week. And I think it's important to highlight, though, as much as we have overproduction kind of on one side of the coin, we also have, rampant overconsumption on the other side of the coin. So we are consuming more clothing than ever before, and actually it's estimated that we buy double the amount of clothes we used to purchase in the 90s. And then we're also utilizing those clothing less. So 1 in 3 young women report that after wearing a garment once or twice, they consider it to be old. And this is probably one of the reasons why 3 out of 5 clothing items from fast fashion end up in landfill. Just kind of staggering when you think about it. And then the decade that we're in right now is also poised to be dominated by something called ultra fast fashion, which is everything I've just described, but more and faster.
We came in fast.
Yeah.
I mean, we were like...
I know, that was a lot.
We were like... all right, so we're going to slow it down.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about Rent the Runway.
Yes.
And I can't imagine that many people haven't heard about Rent the Runway. I love it. Everyone loves Rent the Runway. It's like cost-effective, amazing clothes, and now everyone wants to like save money and look great.
Yes.
Can you walk us through the model for those who don't know much about Rent the Runway?
Of course. So Rent the Runway is the world's first and largest shared designer closet. We offer 18,000 different styles from over 780 different brand and designer partners. And customers can engage with us in 3 different ways. So you can subscribe and rent items monthly. You can rent individual items a la carte as needed, or you can buy pre-loved items from us. And what's kind of unique and distinguishing about Rent the Runway is that our sustainability and financial objectives are actually aligned. So, so I guess better put, the more that you wear a garment, the better outcomes it has on the environment, as well as our bottom line. And this is really a complete juxtaposition with the rest of the industry and fast fashion. So fast fashion has conditioned consumers to believe that clothing should be new and it should be plentiful. And that's just not something that we believe is sustainable. So what we offer customers is shared access to fashion. So high quality designer garments at affordable price points. And we actually encourage our customers to buy less and wear more.
I love that. And you look great.
Oh, thank you.
I love everything you're wearing. So what does access over excess mean? And why is this important to communities of color?
Yeah, so when we say access over excess at Rent the Runway, this is kind of our belief that shared access to fashion has the ability to curb the negative impacts from its excess. So as I mentioned previously, the past 20 years has been dominated by excessive production and consumption. And this has consequences, right? So the production of too many clothes too often is depleting our natural resources, it's contributing to climate instability, and it's perpetuating inequities. And specifically for communities of color, the reality is that the vast majority of clothing is produced in developing countries by people of color. And they're often subject to working conditions that are extremely challenging and wages that are not commensurate with a living wage. So this insatiable appetite for consumers for plentiful, new, and cheap clothes is coming at the detriment of the people who are making the clothes. And if that's not enough, there's growing evidence to suggest that communities of color will be disproportionately impacted by climate change, which we know fashion is contributing to. So the most simplistic way that I can describe what's happening is that communities of color who are making clothes are often in vulnerable positions at work, and they're in even more vulnerable positions in their community because of climate change.
Wow. So intuitively, it sounds like renting is a more sustainable way to get dressed. But how did you go about quantifying that more concretely as a company?
Yeah, so at Rent the Runway, when the company was founded 13 years ago, sustainability was always kind of a key value proposition. So the company had many years worth of strategic programs and works around sustainability. And things like our scaled reusable packaging and using non-toxic chemicals in cleaning. So in 2019, leadership really recognized that they needed to kind of do a deeper dive and really holistically understand the impacts of the business more broadly. And so this really kind of kicked off some initiatives, things like a materiality assessment, understanding the carbon footprint of the company, so from a scope 1 and scope 2 emission standpoint, and then also conducting a life cycle assessment, which is also called an LCA. And so what an LCA looks at is the full environmental impact of kind of an item of clothing, as we say, kind of cradle to grave. But what Rent the Runway actually did was hire a third-party consultant to conduct the LCA, not just of a singular product, but we've got a closet in the cloud that we have to account for. So this LCA looked at the entire rental business model in comparison to the dominant kind of linear consumption model that fashion is based off of right now. And I just can't emphasize enough how challenging it is to do kind of that scale of a life cycle assessment, but also we conducted this in 2020 in the midst of a pandemic. And I'm sure, as you can imagine, it probably wasn't considered business critical at the time to many folks, but our leadership really doubled down on this being important and this being a priority to us, better understanding the holistic impacts of the business. So when I joined Rent the Runway last year as head of sustainability, my job was really to take those foundational elements and pull them together into what's now our existing impact strategy, which we launched about a month ago. And so this really is kind of our approach to tackling the most pressing environmental and social issues facing our business and the environment, the fashion industry larger. The strategy itself is kind of our vision, again, around prioritizing access over excess. We've got 2 business ambitions, 4 priorities, and 12 specific and measurable goals to drive progress over the next 5 years. So to the speaker who was here earlier talking about transparency, we want to be able to provide that transparency to our customers and other stakeholders. One goal that I think is particularly very interesting and I'm proud of is that we set a goal to displace the need for new production of 500,000 new garments by fiscal year end 2026. And so this is really an extension of our work to address rampant overproduction in fashion. And again, really proud and happy that we're doing something like that.
For the brands and designers in the room, what opportunity does the rental market represent for them?
I think a significant amount. So Rent the Runway is really a two-sided discovery engine. So we have customers who are looking for brands and wanting to try new brands that they love, whereas on the other end, we have designers and brands who are looking to acquire new customers. And so when we talk about customer acquisition, one of my favorite statistics that we have is that 82% of our subscribers say that they actually buy a designer product that they've worn and experienced through our platform and rented before.
So it's like a discovery. So if you rent it, you try it, it's a new brand.
Exactly, you fall in love with it.
So you're more likely to shop that brand full price after.
Exactly, and we also know that in the first year of subscribing to Rent the Runway, on average, you try 54 different brands. So we know that you're doing exactly what we want you to do, which is explore and try new things. Secondly, what we offer brands is unparalleled data. So unlike a traditional retailer or wholesaler where they sell your garment and you get probably sales information and that's it, we have to maintain the garments throughout its product use and customer use phase. So we're getting information like how much it's being worn, who's wearing it, do they like it, do they not like it, fit, wear and tear, durability. And so all of those things we're able to package and provide that information to designers, which is then informing designs or future designs and how they're actually going to make something more durable in the future. Another way that we're partnering with designers as well is we have something called exclusive designs, where we're actually partnering with a designer where they're focused more on the creative and we're helping with the sourcing component. And so this is kind of a similar take as to kind of exclusive content that Netflix will develop. It's kind of like our exclusive content for the Rent the Runway community, a la a huge designer name. And so one other thing I definitely want to mention too about a benefit for the design community is Rent the Runway is prioritizing using our platform to amplify and support diversity in fashion. And so we're very proud of the fact that we were one of the first brands to sign the 15% pledge. And since joining, or since signing the pledge, we've tripled the number of Black designers on our platform. Secondly, we made a commitment and we exceeded the commitment that we had for $1 million in spend with Black designers from signing that pledge. And we just knew that that was something we wanted to also double down on, and that investment and that work was incredibly important. So I'm happy to share that not only are we prioritizing promoting and amplifying diversity as a part of our impact strategy, but we have a specific goal of 10 million in cumulative spend on Black designers over the next 5 years. So really excited to be able to make that commitment and hold ourselves accountable to it. Lastly, what I'll share is kind of a great example to show kind of the power of the Rent the Runway platform for a designer. And that's really gonna be, so Autumn Adegbo. So she was featured as an emerging designer on Rent the Runway in 2018. And I'm wearing one of her fabulous tops right now that you can also rent. I wanna say flash forward, and a year and a half after being introduced, Autumn was then picked up by major retailers such as Nordstrom's, Goop, Intermix. She is one of our most popular designers, and she's now received significant traction since being featured on Rent the Runway, and we're so happy about that.
That's a great story, actually. We love her.
Yes,
we love her brand.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, she's great. That's a good story. 3, work. I mean, you are laying it down. Like y'all are doing the work. I'm like, so what are the initial steps brands in the audience can take on their sustainability journey? Because this is incredibly resource intensive.
I would just say first and foremost, just recognizing that this work matters and it is important and it does drive meaningful change. Like first and foremost, I really just want to emphasize that it takes you just understanding that as like a great first step.
Yeah.
I would say secondly, we constantly tell consumers to think consciously, to purchase consciously, get this conscious product, that conscious product. I think if you're a designer, you kind of need to take that mindset as well. So what can I do to be a conscious designer? Because you are controlling everything about the raw materials, how you're designing the product, where you're fulfilling your order from. And all of those things add up and have impacts to the environment, to society, to communities. And so if you're starting to think through the lens of all of my decisions as a designer have an impact, that's gonna help kind of course correct and at least make you aware of that and start to maybe think through alternatives that could be better. I would say lastly too, this is definitely an overused term, but you can't manage what you don't measure. And so the foundation of everything, similar to kind of what I described about Rent the Runway, doing all this work in terms of understanding our impacts, right? At the end of the day, you just have to have a good understanding from a data standpoint of, you know, what your raw materials are, how you're sourcing things, where you're sourcing things. And so I would just say, as unglamorous as it sounds, and it is unglamorous, getting a good foundation of your data is gonna be incredibly helpful as well.
In every aspect of your business.
Yeah, I mean, again, like it's a simple exercise, but your raw material sourcing, the weight of it, where is it coming from? Is it virgin? Is it not? Is it recycled, organic, recycled polyester? All those things matter, and being able to collect and track that data is gonna be ultimately important at the end of the day.
I cannot let you go without talking about the dry cleaner, the largest dry cleaner. So can you explain to the audience what I'm talking about? Because every business meeting that I've been in my career, since Rent the Runway started, there's this story about the largest dry cleaner in the world. Can you talk to the audience about this?
Yeah, so unique to Rent the Runway is that we are maintaining garments over a significant period of time. And that's honestly how we're able to achieve things like displacing the need for new production, is keeping garments in as great as condition as we can. We do that through a number of ways. We have a professional team of seamstresses on site to repair our garments over time. And one of the other things that we have to do is clean our garments to maintain the integrity and the quality as they're being shipped to more and more customers. That involves dry cleaning and also wet cleaning. So when we talk about the cleaning process at Rent the Runway, we're talking about those cleaning processes that we have on site to maintain the quality and longevity of our product. We've always used non-toxic chemicals in our cleaning processes, and we are very proud of that fact.
And it's the size of a football field? Like
we have two facilities. So one actually in Secaucus, New Jersey, and we have another one in Fort Worth, Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, the thing is large. It's like I mean, every meeting it's like, it's the size of football, but it's large, it's well maintained, and you know, when you think about, you know, one item being shared by thousands.
I was just gonna say, Felita.
Say it.
This is a great point. So when I try to really double down and explain what the impact that Rent the Runway can drive, so go back to that number I gave you, right? Staggering, 150 billion clothes being produced every year, right? That is very hard to conceptualize or even visualize. Conversely, Rent the Runway is able to dress hundreds and thousands of women every year from the amount of clothes that fit into 2 warehouses. That is power in shared access to fashion.
I'm just gonna drop the mic on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh wait, let me get rid of this so I can take a picture with you.
Please welcome Brandis Daniel, Logan Duran, and Rose Olivia.
That was a drop the mic moment, right? Hello, hello. So look, what you guys don't know is that you stepped into a room where we started the day talking about emotions. So I'm going to start, before I even get started, I want to just say, how are you?
Fabulous. Much better now that I'm here. I'm feeling the energy. I'm absorbing it in. It's very exciting.
I love that.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I haven't been in an in-person event in a long, long time, so this is nice to be sort of here today and talking about topics that we really enjoy. So.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I said earlier, a huge thank you to the Tapestry team for your support of Harlem's Fashion Row. I know we've got some other exciting initiatives to do as well, so we're very excited, and I cannot wait to get into this. So why don't we just start by talking about your title and what your responsibility is at Tapestry and Coach Reloved.
Absolutely. I'll start us off. I'm Rose Oliva. So I lead the design team for Coach Reloved, which is a program that is almost a year old. We're approaching our anniversary on Earth Day this week. And I'll talk to you a little more about the program in a bit, but it's this new initiative for Coach to really engage our brand in circular fashion and bring ourselves into that space.
And what she will tell us about all the fabulous products with Coach Reloved, but if you have not checked out that website, please do, because look, don't have your credit card anywhere near because you're going to start shopping. It's so, like, what you created is so beautiful.
Thank you.
So beautiful.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, so I'm Logan Duran, and I lead environmental social governance and sustainability for Tapestry. So all three of our brands, Coach, Kate Spade, and Stuart Weitzman, and it's fairly all-encompassing. We're looking at, product marketing, claim substantiation, preferred materials, supplier engagement, working with our suppliers on how to basically measure and reduce environmental impact across the entire supply chain.
Big job.
Big job. Yeah, there's some work to do, but
incredible.
We're getting at it.
Incredible. So we've always heard of the 3 R's, right? Which is reduce, reuse, and recycle. We've heard that as children. How is Tapestry incorporating this principle into the development of products?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're trying to take a fairly comprehensive approach and looking at sort of where impact sits across the entire value chain. So looking at environmentally preferred materials, how we design product, how we work with different suppliers on measuring their environmental impact and really setting targets and ambitions to ultimately reduce energy and emissions at our supplier level, but also at our stores and offices. And then obviously finding ways to identify waste in the supply chain. And so one of those initiatives, which you may have seen a little of, is this program called Upwoven, where we're basically taking scrap leather material and effectively sort of stripping it and weaving it together in panels, and basically taking what would have landed on the cutting room floor and finding ways to really reuse it, and ultimately reduce the amount of waste that's going to landfill. And so I think to date it's been around 3,000 pounds of leather scrap that's been turned into this upwoven material, which equates to around 700 yards of fabric, or 7 football fields, as we like to get into the equivalencies in the sustainability space, just to help people. I know Megan threw out that sort of massive number, just to help you sort of contextualize the size of the challenge that we're working on. And then I may actually sort of add in and sort of kick it over to Rose, but we also like to say reduce, reuse, recycle, and then repair. And I think that's a big piece of this opportunity. And I know Megan spoke about the need to repair, but really, keeping products in play. And we've done some studies at our own facilities on what's the actual reduction in environmental impact when you just keep a product in use longer, and repairing it is a really good way to do that.
Love that.
Absolutely, and repair is so important, I think, to especially the Coach brand. We actually have this really cool warehouse. It's a workshop of craftspeople that are out in New Jersey that will repair a Coach bag from any point in our 80-year history.
Wow, did you guys know that?
Fun
Take
fact.
your Coach bags to New Jersey to get them repaired.
It'll be good as new.
Wow. That's fantastic, because I can tell you I have 2 handbags at the top of my closet right now that's just been sitting there that need to be repaired. So that is a really big piece of it. Coach, I know, launched its Coach Reloved program, which I personally love. And it allows customers to actually trade in their Coach product for credit, right? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And it totally kind of doubles back to the first question about all the R's. So Coach Reloved, it started as us kind of confronting a problem with the lives of products. Fashion, but really any product, which is linear. So materials are harvested, the item is made, the item is sold, the owner has it, and then they end their time with it. It breaks, they're done with it, whatever reason, they don't want it anymore, and it goes in a landfill. So it's a straight line. And what we seek to do with the Reloved program is create more of a circle. So when Coach customers have their bag and they're done with it, they can get it repaired with us a few times, but when they've decided they're going to move on to their next bag, as we all do sometimes, they can do this take-back program that we have where we'll give them a store credits. They can go out and buy themselves something else nice. But then we get the bag. I actually specifically get the bag over in our New Jersey office. And what we do is we assess the product that we get back. And we get a lot of stuff back. It's pretty incredible. It's really fun.
I want to see a picture of that room.
Oh my gosh. Just imagine 2001 like all over again.
Wow.
That's a pretty good idea of our workspace. A lot of signature.
Okay.
But it's really fun. So the product is kind of in a range of states of repair. So we have some stuff that's like kind of amazing, maybe worn once. That type of stuff we'll hand over to our craftspeople. They like touch it up, and we actually resell it as is in a restored state. Some of it's like a little bit more damaged. Something's like noticeably broken on it. That comes to me and my team, and we kind of assess the product and we design kind of a beautiful solution for it that's one of a kind for that bag in front of us, but makes it even more special than it was originally. And that's our Upcrafted program. And then we have other bags that are just like so heavily used. Like I love those bags, but they have just worked so hard for their first owner, and we can't.
That's such a great way to put it.
Bags work hard. We don't even get paid. And these bags, so we still have a use for them. We disassemble them into flat pieces of leather, and then we take the usable pieces and we cut them into like little small leather goods and small precious objects for our remade program. So basically, there is nothing that is waste. We can use every bag. Like there is going to be another purpose for it in our circle. And our idea is that once the next person buys it, they'll bring it back to us, and it just stays alive. So product always has a place. When we were concepting this, one of the things that this inspires me all the time, in my 8 years working at Coach, I love how everybody has a memory associated with their first Coach bag, or most people do. I certainly have one, but people get them from their mom. They bought a bag for a job interview. Maybe they bought a $25 wristlet at the outlet because they just wanted something. But a lot of people have like a memory associated with it, and I think those memories are so beautiful. They're so personal, and when you hold a bag in the repair shop, you feel it. Like it's embedded in that product, the memory, and like, quite frankly, the love. So that's really what Reloved is about.
I feel like you can feel the love in a product too.
Yeah.
I really believe that. I subscribe to that.
Oh, I'm glad you feel that way. Yeah, like I always feel like I love the memory that's embedded even in clothing. For Coach, we're doing bags, but it's really in everything we own, and like these experiences we've had in places these products have gone with us. So we like to kind of acknowledge that love that the product has had, even if it's damaged, and then I take my turn to love it. The craftspeople make it beautiful, they love it, and then the next owner will love it. So we really strive to like engage our customers in our community in like learning to love this product and seeing the value in it, and like the richness of secondhand, frankly. And also realizing that they shouldn't be throwing their stuff out. They can bring it back to us, and we will give it another chance.
And can the consumer take it to any Coach store?
Just
How does it work? Or do you have to mail it in, or?
Yeah, we're slowly expanding. It's an in-store experience currently. We're just in North America, but yes, you can bring it into a Coach store, and one of the store associates will look at it and like evaluate it for you.
Okay, and then they get the credit from the store?
Yes.
Or do they have,
That is right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So right on the spot.
Absolutely.
The one piece I love on the Coach Reloved is the coasters. They're leather coasters. So beautiful.
Didn't know you need them until you see them,
yeah,
right?
and the 3D puzzles too, because those make really great art pieces.
They are really quite fabulous, and those are made from deconstructed bags. So in one set of coasters, you're actually getting about 8 different Coach bags. It's kind of wild, but they're all people's different bags. It's really mind-blowing.
Wow, I love that.
I told y'all were gonna want to shop. Now, Tapestry has taken the initiative to use more environmentally preferred materials. What materials would you say work best for developing products?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're definitely looking at sort of materials across the board, right? We obviously sort of coach Original House of Leather. We do a lot of leather, and so we're really trying to look at the entire supply chain of leather and looking at, you know, traceability. We're looking at how leather is made and working with the Leather Working Group, which is basically a third-party certification that evaluates tanneries and sort of how they operate and ranks them gold, silver, bronze. And so we've set a commitment to basically have 90% of our leather coming from Leather Working Group gold and silver tanneries, and right now we're around 60%. But obviously on a Coach product or a Kate Spade product, there's more than just leather, right? So we're looking at polyester, we're looking at cotton, we're looking at nylon, and just trying to evaluate and find ways to really introduce more environmentally preferred materials, as well as, you know, finding ways to communicate that to the customer. Because ultimately, as you know, as we've talked a little bit about before, you know, every single aspect of the product has an impact, and really we're just trying to find ways to reduce that impact. And when we've done our own studies on looking at where impact in the product sits, ultimately it's with that material selection. And that material choice at the very beginning is ultimately where the majority of the environmental impact sits. And so it's a good way for us to use design, but also product development to find ways to reduce impact over the life of a product.
Yeah, one of the other kind of interesting resources and materials that we use in Reloved that you don't think about it as being important, but it really is we actually use waste from our company, or something that we used to consider waste. So when we're doing our upcrafted bags, we've tasked ourselves with only using things that exist. We're like, what if we could do this without bringing any new materials in to this? We have like all this stuff in front of us that was getting, you know, we have things as a designer that are getting, you have it at one point when you're developing something, and then you might need to toss it, like a strike off of a print on a piece of silk, or like a leather skin of a new article of leather. There's all these things we've got around the office. And so we only use that stuff when we upcraft. We don't want to bring anything new into the world, because when you kind of start to have that perspective when you're designing that you've got to use what's in front of you, you come up with some very creative things and really one-of-a-kind things. So it's turned into a really great way for other teams at Coach to kind of give their stuff to us. It's almost like some sort of way to manage what they're getting rid of, because we can use it and make it very special. So
I love the restriction. Like, I always feel like if you put somebody in a place and you say you can't go outside these walls, it's insane. Even when we're thinking about designers of color, I say to people, the reason they're so amazing and so creative and so innovative is because they've had to work with limited resources. They've had to work with, you know, limited teams. But because of that, what you see is so much innovation coming out of this community. So I love the idea of just restriction and creativity coming from that. What sustainable approaches has Tapestry used to develop in-store shopping?
Yeah, so in stores we've tried to take a fairly comprehensive approach, and similar to the way we design product, we've taken that same approach with how we design visual merchandising and fixtures, right? So looking at preferred materials, looking at what the opportunity is for reuse or recycling. We actually had our visual merchandising team last year, we ended up recycling around 580 tons of sort of excess or leftover fixtures that we were sort of phasing out of some of our stores.
Give us an equivalent. 580 tons? I can't
That's
even.
A lot.
What is
that's
that?
That's a lot. I also want to make sure, yeah, that's a lot. I mean, as far as equivalency goes, it's definitely, you know, because you think about sort of stores as they turn over, there's material. And so in that approach, yes, we found a solution for that problem, but now the challenge, again, I think comes back to sort of setting up those constraints to say, let's get to a point where we don't have to do that in the future. But can we design sort of things with durability, longevity, sort of timeless things that are sort of season over season that are going to be used? Additionally, you know, we've committed to 100% renewable energy in all of our own operations, and so we currently run 20% of our electricity usage is from renewable energy right now, with a goal of 100% by 2025. But we also look at packaging, and right now our packaging in stores is anywhere from 40% to to 90% recycled content. And we're trying to find ways when we're looking at things like shoe boxes. If you make the shoe box just a little bit thinner, you're also reducing the amount of paper that goes into that shoe box and ultimately reducing impact and reducing waste. So we've tried to take sort of these different approaches, both from a product and material perspective, but then also from a customer experience perspective. So we've actually transitioned sort of those little care cards that you get, those little booklets, which are, you know, the wrong size paper, and there's always lots of wastage. We've actually switched that to a QR code, so you don't actually need it anymore, right? Because we're so accustomed to QR codes now. And then additionally, on the actual sort of engagement with the customer, we offer, you know, leather care in store, as well as repair services. And so trying to really continue to engage with customers throughout the life of that product, and as well as sort of finding ways to continue to sort of measure and reduce environmental impact.
So good. I love that. I read something the other day on LinkedIn from a brand where they were shipping 2 shoe boxes, the shoe box and then the box for the shoe box, and they eliminated the box for the shoe box and let the shoe, look, I know I sound like I'm doing a riddle right now, but allowed the shoe box to be like the box. And I was like, wow, like that's such an easy solution. You know, they've literally cut their usage of all this cardboard by half.
Yeah. And I mean, you've seen other examples where basically folks have put a string on the shoebox. So instead of taking a shoebox and putting it in a bag and walking out of the store, they're basically just adding the string to the shoebox. So now you just have to carry that, which is also a pretty interesting opportunity. But again, I think this idea of constraints, right? And really defining the design problem allows us to find some pretty awesome and innovative solutions to some of the challenges that we're looking at from an environmental perspective.
Awesome. And if you have any of that extra fabric, let me tell you who could use it, HBCU fashion departments.
Nice.
So let us know.
Yes.
Look, I see the heads, because that would be awesome. And Tapestry is actually partnering with us with an HBCU in the fall. And so maybe we can take some of that fabric and see what the students can do with it, right?
For sure.
Awesome.
So we can clap for that. I want to clap. Now, I know Tapestry's goal has been to support the planet. What significant differences have you seen since taking a sustainable approach?
A lot, I would say. One of the biggest ones for me has been culture shift, both from customers and from within the company, because that's such a huge part of sustainability, in my opinion, is like getting people to think differently and see the things around them differently. And in relation to Reloved, when we started out, a lot of people didn't get what we were doing. People associate secondhand with like Goodwill or something. They weren't fully getting there, and they didn't understand what we were doing to the bags or where they were coming from. But we just kept pushing, you know, we just keep saying what it is, getting the information out there, scaling, and just making our story heard loud and clear as to what we're doing and the good it's doing. And people start to hear it and listen as customers engage. They buy the product, and now they know what it's about, and they're a spokesperson of it. And we start to get people educated within our company as well and learning about this. And I mean, getting stuff from all these teams who give all these little goodies that they're throwing out to us. It's so exciting. And I love it. It really makes me realize that people get the good that we're doing and are making changes in themselves. And that's how we really see change.
Yeah. I mean, I would echo that I think it's, you know, it very much feels like an all hands on deck. I think when we see the science come out from IPCC, or when we see sort of various news reports, like there are some real challenges that we're going to face as a society. And so it definitely feels like all hands on deck within Tapestry on how to both measure, run a profitable business, but also do it with as limited environmental impact as possible. And so we see, you know, all areas of the business are coming together to find ways to, you know, reduce our impact from it when it comes to carbon emissions in our products, looking at preferred materials, or even, you know, within our own stores and our own operations.
Awesome, awesome. Now, I will tell you, it doesn't hurt when something is recycled and then it's really beautiful. And I think what you've done is you've taken the opportunity to say, we've got this really great quality leather. How do we turn that into something that could actually be artwork on someone's coffee table, or, you know, that can be something that people use every day? So you've done an incredible job. This is the designer, guys,
Rose,
for
yeah,
this.
yeah,
So we're gonna give
I'm
Rose
blushing,
all
you
her.
guys.
We're gonna give Rose her props, okay?
Thank you. Oh, you're so kind.
So what advice can you give designers and entrepreneurs who are looking to take a more sustainable approach in their designs and also in their business?
It's definitely a big issue and certainly a relevant one. I feel sometimes that when I think about sustainability, it's like a monster. It's crazy because if you start looking at all the tough things going on in the world, the things that need fixing, it's overwhelming. I one time was at a party and I just started crying talking to someone about microplastics in the ocean. It's just so upsetting. So my advice would definitely be look at all the parts of sustainability. I always think of the UN's SDGs. They're these things that are really important to focus on when we're thinking about sustainability. Like there's kind of obvious things like taking care of the land, taking care of the ocean, taking care of our climate. But then there's things like education for all and ending poverty and gender equality. So there's so many facets to this shape that is sustainability. And I think since it can feel overwhelming, it's good to start with something that designers feel passionate about. Start with the thing that you feel like you can make change in, and that's where you start taking your first steps. And then eventually you will start touching the other parts of it, and you will grow and become more effective. But starting one place and focusing there, I think is helpful.
Otherwise, you become totally overwhelmed.
Absolutely. Completely overrun.
You want to add to this?
I don't think I need to. That was fantastic.
Thanks,
Well, thank you so much, Logan, and thank you so much, Rose, for being with us. And again, thank you to the Tapestry team. So please give them a huge hand of applause for me. We're going to get a picture right here.
Here, I'll get you inside. Oh, it is.
Please welcome Tico Najon Wilson and Danielle Brown.
I'm on this side. I don't recall the music this morning on my first segment.
It's
I don't want to do it again. It was for you because we are here with someone really special. So this is Danielle with Bowie State University, but I want you to tell us what you do, your position there.
Oh, wonderful. I'm in Bowie State University at Bowie, Maryland. I'm a fashion design professor.
How long have you been there?
Oh, I've been at Bowie almost 5 years. I've been teaching fashion about 12. So it goes quickly when you're having fun, and I just love my job.
I love that. So tell me, what incentives and initiatives have you guys taken to support the students?
Well, at Bowie State, a lot of our students are first generation going to college.
Okay.
So, of course, with the initial fees that you have just going to college, in addition to that, just the cost of textbooks, then, of course, your child comes home and says, oh, by the way, I'm studying fashion design. So it's additional resources and money. So our incentives, my students actually do not have a large opportunity to turn down sustainability. So we encourage upcycling because for the simple fact, they really do not have a huge choice sometimes, just dealing with, the financials of college to begin with. So with upcycling, that's just taking what you already have, using your resources, what you have, and turning it into something amazing.
Wow.
And the fashion students, they use their creativity, and it's out of this world, where they're getting to the point where they're upcycling and they have this fashion design line at the end for their senior showcase, and that's coming from recycled goods. So, we don't have to motivate them so much where they're using their resources because they really simply don't have a choice in certain situations. So it's almost a blessing in disguise.
I know it makes me, like, I'm not going to go off script, but it makes me think of us.
Yes.
Right? And how we make do with so much. How many of you you feel that? Like you make do, right? You know how to make do. Give it a yes. So, I mean, for these students to just know it naturally.
And you have limited resources, but you don't let that limit you. And I think with that, your creativity just increases. Your mind has to go into a different realm almost. And so always use that. Don't take limited resources as a negative thing.
Yeah.
And then you have this beautiful result.
So it's almost like this existed before it became a thing, right?
Yes,
Sustainability.
yes, it's
So
new to a lot of people.
I was going to
It's not
wonder
new.
about that. I was going to ask, some things feel extremely trendy.
Yes.
And then so the way you speak of it, it's like a built-in something.
Right.
So what challenges have you noticed or do you guys face with trying to teach sustainability?
Yeah, I think it's trying to teach sustainability at the same time of keeping up with the trends.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm teaching, I teach a textiles course, for example. Okay. If I'm teaching how to dye naturally, just using the resources we have around them, whether it's grass or leaves or coffee beans, and to the point where your students, you're having a good time, you're dyeing these things, but if it's trendy to wear hot pink, how am I gonna naturally dye something hot pink? So you end up coming into this challenge where people will shop, the consumer will shop based on what's the fashionable color or what looks better, instead of keeping in mind, well, this was made in a sustainable way.
Okay.
So we cross that challenge a lot. I'm just using dye as an example, but it's really many things.
Right, and I love the, so coffee? I'm sorry.
Yes.
They dye with coffee?
Yes,
This is pretty interesting.
you have to take the textiles class.
Or I'll just come visit you and
Please
sit
do.
in. Yeah, I will do that. I will do that. So what tools, if any, do you supply the students in order to meet this market?
Yeah, the tools that we have at Bowie State in the costume shop, we've been very blessed to have. We have a laundry room, and I also have a dye room. And so they have these resources at hand where they can use the dye baths in there. We also work closely with our theater department. So when one of their plays close, we can say, okay, what are the costumes that you have left over? Can we upcycle those? So nothing's really going to waste. Yeah. And then we also try to work with certain companies. I had a student that worked with Spoonflower, for example, and they're a company where you can print your own design on the fabric. And it's eco-friendly fabric or recycled materials they let you choose. And so we try to expose our students to opportunities like that. And then we've been very blessed with a bunch of donations. And it's wonderful to have because we can put them to use. There's a report I read, and it's Fashion on Climate report. Okay. It's very interesting, but in there it said 92 million tons of clothing a year.
Wait, 92 million
tons? Yes, get thrown into landfills.
I don't even know what a ton looks like. That just feels like a lot.
Exactly. And I'm like, can I just get a couple buses and just fill that up and bring it to our school? Because for some, college students, they're limited resources while resources are getting thrown away into landfills. And so it's amazing that you find reports and you see certain things like that, and you could use it to your benefit. So I think a lot of it also can come down to just a communication. Who needs this before we throw it away?
And so the guest that was speaking before, we were sitting and we heard them talk about fabrics, right? And donating fabrics. Do you guys take in fabrics from
absolutely
companies and even maybe independent designers when they're done? Like, I'm sure every piece matters, right?
There's no such thing as a scrap piece of fabric. Okay. We use every little thing. And yes, we accept wonderful donations. We've been benefited. Unfortunately, some companies had to close because of the pandemic. And they called us and emailed us, I have all this fabric, I'm shutting down my fabric store, I'm shutting down my sewing studio. And it was unfortunate, but they said we want it to go to a good place, and we know you will use it. And we've had the opportunity to use fabric that is amazing, never been touched, and also reuse some of the garments that some of the clothing stores just did not sell. So it's good because at the end of the day, it was done in a sustainable way.
Yeah. And so, okay, so to go rogue again, if someone wanted to donate, how would they do that? I believe in putting our actions where our mouth is, so how would they do this?
My email is dbrown@bowiestate.edu. It dings on my phone every time I hear it. Please email me. Do not throw anything away. I can come to you. Because I do believe in, again, the students can use these resources easily and create that fashion line for their senior collection.
So I think that's great. So what would you say if you had to prioritize a main component of moving sustainable fashion forward? What would that be? And if you have more than one, we have time for you to give me, because I know your face looked like one.
Did you see my
prioritize?
face? How do I narrow it down?
Give us your top 2 to 3.
Creativity.
Okay.
Because you do need to use your resources as much as you can and to the best of its ability. And also just, when you think about just like fair trade or reusing clothing, it's that consumer being conscious of what they're purchasing or what they're doing that really makes a difference. And I think we all need to kind of set aside a moment where we're thinking, how can I reroute this in a way that it benefits?
Okay. Okay.
I tried to narrow it.
No, but I want you to go deeper with that. Like when you say reroute this, like well, how can we really make this practical?
Yeah, so I think it comes down to working with different companies, like you were saying before, with companies that they just are not aware of the demand for the supplies that they do not no longer need. And so I think it's all in communication, networking, different things like that, where if you put your need out there, a lot of times people say, oh, I have that sitting around, you know, and so that's really, really important. And then you can reroute the narrative where instead of they're dumping, you know, a collection got canceled and they're dumping that into the landfill. Instead of that, rerouting it to an HBCU that may need those resources.
So they really dump these.
Oh yeah, you should see the pictures. It's very interesting. And I thought the number, I had to go back because I thought the number was fake. And it's not, and the pictures are disturbing.
You're like, it's not. So then what would that look like in direct support of the fashion institutes or the fashion that's on the campuses of HBCUs? How would that look?
I think it's just the matter of, again, like just communicating in that donation. I think it's, I hate to say it, but to be honest, it's a win-win. Because you're gonna get rid of your supplies anyway if you're that designer that just have overruns. And I think it makes sense to just reach out to the different HBCUs. Hey, we're throwing these out. Do you need them? Anything like that. And I think you should begin that partnership. What you have to realize when you're dealing with designers that with limited resources, these are your best designers because they have to make it work. Because this is it. I can't buy any more fabric. And so in that case, that can work out for the person that's donating that fabric. They can redo your entire line out of something you donated, and it can be better than when you gave it to them. And now you want to work with them one-on-one, and that could be amazing. So it's all in the partnership and believing in that young designer mind. And again, just realizing the blessing of a limited resource.
Yeah. Every time you say limited resource, I get excited because I do believe that's where innovation happens. When you don't have tons. It's easy when you have so much to work with, right? But it's another thing when you don't have everything, and then what the next person may have to work with, and when you're working with limited. So it's interesting. Okay, so our last question, but we have some time. So where do you see fashion going? With the students, Black fashion, if you want to dig into that, and then because we have a different spice and flair.
Yes,
so,
and it's a really good flair.
Yeah. So
I think that more people will get on board. To be honest, I think, again, in the same report that I read, it was saying 43% of Gen Z, they shop with sustainability in mind. But that's not enough. And that's only 43% of Gen Z. And then the same thing, you have executives. That one, I think, 65% of your executives, they have committed or thought about committing, investing in like your eco-friendly fabrics and recycled materials. And again, that's not enough. But I think it will be trendy, kind of like when everybody's, oh, you're going natural with your hair, I'll go natural with my hair. You know, and I think it will catch on. And I'm hoping it does. And I think it will be the thing to do, which is to, you know, at one point it was shop small brands, and then you had a big wave with shop Black brands. And then I think it will turn out to be shop the sustainable brands or the recycled materials and different things like that. So I do see fashion going in the correct direction. I think it is in our power to make sure that happens. I realize as a professor how important my job is because I'm sending the future out. And so if I send them out thinking incorrectly, 92 million tons is going to be nothing. And so I try to make sure I instill with them, you know, what's really important as far as recycled material and using your environment and what you have. Because, of course, at this point, we have to meet our needs, but we do have to make sure it's in a way we're not compromising the next generation to meet their needs. And that's happening a lot. And so it's like going round and round, and we're going into this kind of deep hole. So the future, I think, is bright. I think it just needs to be something that needs to be acknowledged. And I think we're going in the
stop there. What part should be acknowledged?
Oh.
Tell us so we know we're acknowledging it.
Yes. The honesty. Again, it's just very eye-opening if you look into how much different companies are throwing away, different companies are taking advantage of. And I think once you realize that, it kind of puts it in the forefront when you know the history of it. And you think a little bit different, you know, and it's weird, but when the whole thing with the paper straws came out, everybody's like, what's the big deal with paper straws? And I'm not sure how New York is, but DC is paper straws everywhere. And they made it such a big deal. Yeah, same. They made it such a big deal. And it made you kind of look into the history. Okay, why are we going to paper straws? And then once you started researching, you realize how much it was affecting the planet or the animals and different things. And it was eye-opening. And I think the same thing will happen with fashion. It happens a lot when we're looking into particular bags being made out of particular animals, you know, PETA and everything like that. And it's eye-opening. And I think that that needs to be in the forefront more, just so we're realizing what's happening and try to go a different way with it. So again, just being a professor, I have an important job to put that in the forefront, but I'm not teaching the world, right?
Right. But you want the world to educate themselves at the same time.
Yes, exactly. And you do have to take the time to educate yourself. And just sit down with some of the designers. You'll be surprised. I've walked in plenty of stores, and you know, you see a white t-shirt, and you're like, why is this white t-shirt $150? It's a white t-shirt. But then when you sit and talk with the designer and realize the importance behind that white t-shirt, then you're like, it's not even priced correctly. You should be charging more.
More for this
right.
t-shirt.
So I think that needs to happen more often. And I think that's everyone's role.
Yeah, and I like what you said about the honesty. It almost makes me think of separating trend from truth.
Yeah.
Because there's trend in a lot of things, right? And then there's truth that could be found in it.
Yes.
But it's also different, so it may not match up, right? Truth might not match up to trend, and so it's kind of like not outing those companies, but the companies that are doing it for trend, but it's not really a truth based on the history or the facts that we could dig into.
Exactly. And that's what I was saying before. The sustainability and upcycling, that's not new, especially for an HBCU, for African Americans, and for a lot of different cultures. You had to do with what was around you. You had to do with what you had.
And hand-me-downs, right? We understood hand-me-downs. And I mean, I was really excited.
And it was not a bad thing.
No, it was not a bad thing. You actually went to your friends' closets or your siblings. And I have to say, I was really excited that I was the only girl growing up because I did not have to. But at the same time, I learned to sew, not that fashion was my thing. It's just that it became easier, like, oh, I can make something very similar for way less money if I take my mom's old dress and flip it. So you're right. And I have a teen daughter now who, her thing, you know, Depop or some of those websites where it's like you buy the used and, you know, that thing. And so it's but we do this.
Yes.
We do this.
It's nothing new, and it's becoming trendy. And that's why I was saying, I think the future of fashion is promised. Because you're going to want to do what's somebody's doing next to you.
Wait, I like that. Say that one more time, because you know we have a virtual audience too. So somebody should tweet that or something out there.
I forgot what I said.
You said that you think the future is promised.
Yes, it is promised. The future of fashion is promised. Yes,
I like that.
And again, it is up to us, but I think that it will catch on. And you see that with different trends, different designers. Oh, because they're wearing it, or because there's a line out the door. The shoe is probably not even that cute, but so many people want it, so I also want it. And I think you'll start to see designers using sustainability practices, and other designers will say, well, they're selling really good over there. Let me start to do that over here. And we all know fashion repeats. So the thrift store also is not new. A lot of people think it is.
Vintage.
Right. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. It's called vintage. Back in the day when I went, it was called a thrift store. And now sometimes they'll call it secondhand, depending on the area you're in. It was called a thrift store. And sometimes they're overpriced, which is insane, but that's okay. That's a whole other conversation. But you know, with these thrift stores, I think that they're being rediscovered. And I think that this new generation is like, oh, that's a thing. But fashion repeats. What we're wearing now, you'll see it again in a couple of years. What you have in your closet I know my mom before has said, I had a dress just like that. I had a shirt just like that. And we're going to say it to the next generation. So those thrift stores are important because they really are setting how fashion goes and how it has been going.
Yes.
So you really just need to go into a thrift store if you want to see the future.
Yeah.
It's in the past.
Yeah.
And so it's really easy to see that.
The future is in the past. It's so true because it's 90s fashion.
Oh, yes.
But I graduated in 94 and I told my daughter, like, never, no, once you've done it as an adult,
yes.
I don't know if you should do it.
Again, that's just when they started coming out with color blocking, I was like, did they not know cross colors? Like, I told my age.
Right.
And they were like, have you ever heard, Professor Brown, have you seen this? And I was like, that's cross colors. Like, go back, look at the TLC video. Yes. And actually, it was before that, but that's a whole other.
That's a whole other.
That's a fashion history course I teach. But, you know, it's nothing new and it will repeat. So what I'm hoping that will happen is that you do have this sustainable fashion, you have the natural dyes, you have these different things that are happening. And I hope it continues to repeat. And that 43% of the generation goes up to 50 and 70 and then 100. And then you're frowned upon if you're not wearing sustainable fashion.
Okay, because you did say what's enough earlier.
Yes.
You said it's not enough. And I was going to ask.
It's not enough.
What would it look like to be enough? What would that look like?
100%. which it probably will never get to, just for the simple fact that we're humans and we don't agree all on the same thing,
right,
which is a
right,
good thing.
Right.
But yeah, it needs to definitely be different generations and more than 43%.
So do you have, with our last minute, do you have a percentage? I know Brandis once upon a time challenged me to do 20% of my closet from Black designers.
Yes.
I've surpassed it now.
Yes.
I mean, that feels
wonderful.
Good to me.
Yes.
Because I always did small business, but that thing felt good.
Yes.
So for you, what would it look like for us to make this intent tangible? What would a percentage? You're a teacher. Give me a number.
100%. But wait, don't panic. For 1 year. The reason why I say that is because I think that if you can go through every season for a year, doing upcycling, going to the back of your closet, way back that you haven't been to, things you haven't worn in a long time, you know, everything like that. Shop your thrift stores, secondhand stores, whatever they call it now, vintage stores, and shop those stores and do it for an entire year. Go through your winter, your spring, your summer, and your fall, and just try it. What will happen is you'll get a lot of compliments because everyone, oh, that's cute, because everybody doesn't have it. They didn't purchase it from the commercial store that everybody has the same shirt from, not gonna name any. Everybody has the same dress from, and so on. And so you're already gonna stand out. You're gonna be trendy. It's most likely gonna repeat anyway. And just kind of see if you can live that way. And when you do that, your pockets will look better because you're not spending a whole bunch on something that was trendy that they overpriced anyway.
I'm excited to support. I really, really am excited to support. But before we end, a little birdie told me that we have something for you.
Oh.
And so I think we're going to sit right here or come, yeah, something. Here comes my birdies. My birdies are flying in.
Sit down, not like that.
What is going on? First of all, the conversation was incredible. And the first thing I want to do, because Diana said, I have not even introduced, so I'm going to have you guys introduce yourselves first.
Yes. Wonderful. I'm Danielle Brown. Very nice to meet you from Tapestry. Wonderful. Nice to meet you.
Yes, and my team is here as well.
Wonderful.
So Diana is over talent acquisition for Tapestry. And we were talking about...
Which way? This way? Oh, okay.
We were talking about, you know, the great work that you've done and the great work that Bowie State has done, because you guys have done an incredible job.
Great. Okay.
And so Diana wanted to present something to you, so I'm going to step out the way. And I think something may be coming up on the screen.
So on behalf of Tapestry and our foundation, we would like to present you and Bowie State with a donation of $5,000. So welcome.
Oh my goodness. This means it's life-changing. It's very life-changing.
I can't wait to work with you.
I did not wear waterproof mascara.
No, it's okay.
So excuse me, but it is life-changing for the students. The students are, the limited resources sometimes will limit their creativity. And as a professor, it breaks your heart to see that. And you can't give but so much. I'm running out of clothes to donate. So this is life-changing for our department, for our students. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's our pleasure. We can't wait to work with you, and thank you to Harlem Fashion Row for making this connection.
Yes, and again, Harlem Fashion Row, since I met them, thank you for hearing us. A lot of times we're talking and like you guys heard us. And it doesn't go unnoticed, so I'm just, makeup is done. Thank you so much. Genuinely from the bottom of my heart, and my students now have seen me cry. Still better be doing your work. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. This is a great way to meet.
Yes, nice to meet you.
You guys, please give Professor Brown a
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana.
Thank you
and
for
to
having
Tapestry
us.
Foundation.
Yes,
So
thank
much.
you.
I think he wants to take a photo.
Some tissue now. Oh, no, like this? Just Photoshop that out. Thank you. Thank you again.
Please welcome Misa Hilton, Keelan Evans, and Simone Harris Laws.
And we have a meeting, I know, Tuesday. I'm getting all my topics together so that I can. Hey, Brandis.
Hello, everyone. Hello. How are you doing today?
That's great.
Great.
I'm great, too.
So, you ready?
Ready. Good.
Do you see this sweater here? Anybody know where this sweater's from? Where is it from? Okay, so we're going to jump right in. Can you please tell us about your position at Macy's and what it is that you do day to day?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for moderating us. We both had a fangirl moment when we found out it was you, so we're super, super excited. And thank you to Harlem Fashion Row for having us. My name is Keelan Evans. I'm the Vice President of Sustainability at Macy's. I've been at Macy's for just over 11 years, and in my experience, I've been in merchandising, I've been in stores, and most recently in supply chain. So the last 18 months, really coming out of the start of COVID, I was actually the chief of staff for our supply chain leadership team. And through that experience, got to start to work with our sustainability team, understand the work that they were undertaking, the opportunities in front of us, and how we really needed to figure out how to embed sustainability within the organization. So really what I bring to the team, I'm about 4 weeks in, is an understanding of the company and how to navigate the company, how to work within the company and tie the strategies together. And so my team is actually teaching me a ton about sustainability every single day. And that's really what my work entails right now, is learning more, tying it back to the company, and figuring out how we really embed it within everything that we do.
That's awesome.
Good afternoon, Misa and everyone here. My name is Simone Harris Laws, and I have been with Macy's for about 17 years. I started in our customer service division, so imagine if you had to call customer service or email or live chat. I was part of that team responsible for responding back to you and making sure that when we connected, that was the first and last time you had to call. And I think in that role, it really helped me get a true appreciation for the voice of the customer, and really understanding what are those friction points when customers are shopping with us and how to build trust with customers. And so then I moved into a role where I led our Star Rewards Credit and Loyalty program for 8 years. And in that role, I like to say that's when we really think about how do we hug our best customers. I was constantly thinking of ways of saying, well, what would make customers want to shop and stay loyal to Macy's versus elsewhere? How can we show our customers that we love and appreciate them and love them back? And so, and in that time, we made the program more inclusive to say, the Macy's credit card, while it's still the best card to have, and it will give you the best perks. We wanted to ensure that our program was inclusive for all, and so we expanded the program so that everyone gets rewarded every time you shop, regardless of how you pay. And now I am on our DE&I team, so I report into our Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, Sean Outler, and I lead our DEI marketing strategies, inclusive marketing strategies, and community partnerships. So in this role, I get the experience of, or the opportunity really, to use my experience that I've had at Macy's to really impact the business and the culture at Macy's and the people doing the work at Macy's in a very unique way, which I've really led into. And I'll be honest with you, I never thought I was going to be in a DEI-based role. Like, what does that mean, right? You know what it means philosophically, right, and conceptually. But it's been fascinating for me. It's been fascinating, and my day-to-day, what I enjoy the most is working with fellow colleagues like Keelan and others who are just being honest about not knowing it all, but we're committed to getting better every day. And that's the kind of environment I think that we thrive in the most.
Okay, I love that. So recently, Macy's made an announcement about a commitment to $5 billion. Y'all heard that? $5 billion for equity and sustainability goals. Do you want to share a little bit about those goals and how you plan to achieve them?
Yeah, we're super excited about this announcement. So we launched our social purpose platform. It's called Mission Everyone. And it's built on 3 pillars of impact. So communities, people, and the planet. And through that, we said, we're gonna dedicate $5 million of our spend, whether it's products, programs, peoples, just true opportunities where we can show up to drive that more equitable and sustainable future. So we're really excited for how this will just be embedded throughout the company. All parts of the company are responsible for being part of Mission Everyone and part of this spend. So it's not just the merchants buying the product, it's the suppliers we work with, it's opportunities to support organizations like Harlem's Fashion Row. So we're really, really excited for what's in front of us and knowing the impact that, you know, somebody like Macy's can really have.
Yeah. So this $5 billion commitment definitely was like the headliner, right? That was the signature commitment, as we call it. But we have a few other commitments as well, and I appreciated Kimberly, I don't know if she's still here, her remarks earlier as well around making sure that organizations set goals and be transparent about them, because that's the only way things get done. And so we've made other commitments too. One is around the diversity of our leadership. Right? So we have a goal to achieve 30% ethnic diverse representation at our director and above levels by 2025. And we've also made an investment to say we're going to invest $100 million by 2025 to nonprofit organizations that focus on well-being and education for youth, and particularly youth that are in underrepresented communities. And so for me, being with the company for almost 20 years now, it is pretty neat to see that evolution, not saying that we have made it. We're not at the cheerleader, I'm not rah-rah in here, but we're on a journey, right? And to know that we established DEI as a company priority in the early 2000s, but back then it was around compliance, making sure everyone knew where to go if you wanted to file a bias complaint, or we set up supplier diversity offices. So we've been in the game, you know, we've been on a journey for quite some time, but to see it culminate to what it is now has been pretty special. You know, Brandis and I were chatting at lunch briefly, and we launched about 11 years ago now what's called the Workshop at Macy's. And it was our way of saying, we need to create a sustainable program, no pun intended, but a sustainable program that really allows women, Asian, Black, Hispanic, Latino, veteran, LGBTQ-owned businesses to really have tools and resources to grow their business to scale. And over these past 10 years that we've had the program, the next cohort begins next week, as a matter of fact, we've touched the lives of 175 brand owners, regardless if they have their business at Macy's or elsewhere. And so it's important, that is for us an important part to have as part of our DNA and our culture. But you asked the question around what do we think, what do we have to do, how are we going to achieve this? And I think, you know, 3 thoughts come to mind. One, DEI and sustainability cannot be, just as Keelan said, one department over here on the corner, west wing of the building. Like, it needs to be something that every employee in our organization embeds in how they think, act, and operate. it's to be the lens of all the decisions that we make. We need to be, like, through that lens, we need to be making decisions. And we believe that that is, first and foremost, the way that we're going to achieve these lofty goals. The second, I would say, is having diverse representation at the table as well in those key decisions. I was reminded recently of John Lewis's remarks when he said, excuse me, if you don't have a seat at the table, you're probably on the menu. And every time I hear that, I get chills, right? Because it's so true. It's so true. And so that's why it's important that when doing business with organizations, right, that we look at the diversity of the makeup of the organization. That's important. And so we are focused on the hiring and the promotion and the retention of diverse colleagues as well. And then the last thing I would say is how we're going to achieve it is really no temporary initiatives. We need to be in the game, the long haul. And I think that's one reason we don't progress sometimes enough as a society, is that we are doing a lot of Band-Aid approaches and one-time programs to kind of solve and address the issue. And so I think us being in the game, I think of what you're doing with HFR, and what you even do, Misa, with the Fashion Academy. Like, you're in it. You're creating an anniversary and programs year over year, and you're touching lives for a long time. So I think those are the things that will really help us achieve those goals.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so we have so many fashion designers and brands here today. Can you share a little bit about why it's crucial for a brand as large as Macy's to focus on equity and sustainability?
Yeah. I love a good quote, so I'm going to say another one. Bear with me. With great power comes great
responsibility.
Responsibility. Right. And you felt it? You felt that one too? Okay, I'm with you. I love it. And that's so true. Companies like ours, Macy's is included in this, but companies like ours need to remember it's not just about just writing the check and being done with it, right? And use it as a tax write-off. It's so much more than that. It's investments, And so I think for us, that's a big piece. And what we do in our business is so personal. Like, we are a retailer. We are in the people business. It is our job to match products to people from all different walks of life and give them what they are looking for and what they value. I mean, you trust us in your home, right? Like, if you think about it that way too, like, we're in your home. We're in your home when you buy the comforter set from Macy's. Yes, we're on sale. No, I don't know if we're on not unplugged. Friends and families.
Friends and families.
No. But you see what I'm saying, right? You trust us to be in your home. You trust us for what you wear on your body, whether it's your Misa Hilton cardigan or cosmetics you might buy. You trust us in your home when you're watching the parade with your loved ones for Thanksgiving. And so when you think about the millions of customers we touch and the vendors we do business with and the employees we have a responsibility to get this right, and that's what we're committed to doing. And if we don't, future generations, and if we don't use our platform, is how we look at it, to do this work, then we're not doing our part to make sure that future generations thrive.
Yeah, just to build on what Simone's saying, I mean, we're America's department store. That's how we talk about ourselves, and we take that very seriously. It's very exciting. It's really special to be able to think of yourselves as that important to the American consumer, but with that comes that responsibility, and therefore we have to show up. And when I think about sustainable product and what we need to do, we need to make it easy for you to shop with confidence when you want to buy sustainable product. We need you to know that we're investing in how we're driving our private brands to be more sustainable, and we've put out some pretty big goals for ourselves to have more preferred materials in our private brand product. At the same time, we're looking at even how do we go beyond just the product that shows up to you, the customer, when you buy it at Macy's and bring it home, to how is the product made? We have a very high level of social compliance that we require for the factories that make our private label products. We want to take it to the next level. What's a worker well-being program? How do we actually invest in the workers that are in these factories? How do we teach them about health and finance so that they are more educated, but that they can bring it home to their own families, their own communities, that they can be empowered? Yes. So it's taking that step further. And then the other piece that the customer, I hope, doesn't see, but we believe is super important, is how do we run our business? So, we talk a lot about greenhouse gases and the emissions and what's our impact, and retail has a huge impact on the total environment and the commitments that we need to make. And so we're excited. We're about to embark on setting science-based targets as an organization so that we are signing up for the commitments we will be making to drive forward that sustainable future.
Yes, agreed. So what are some best practices that you wish all fashion brands and fashion designers knew around sustainability?
I'd say you can do it. You don't have to give up on your principles. You don't have to give up on your aesthetic. You don't have to give up on what is important to your brand. But find a place that you can make sustainability incorporated into your product. It could be to the product that you're using. And yes, that might come with a price increase, but maybe there's a way to do it where you're actually just avoiding certain chemicals or you're avoiding certain processes. So it's not necessarily adding that cost. Or is it, again, looking at the factories you're using, looking all the way into the supply chain to make sure the workers are being taken care of. So what's kind of your way to bring it into your brand and make sure that it's meaningful to you? Because if it's not meaningful to you, then it's not going to translate to the customer. But you can find a way, and you don't have to go all the way to a B Corp designation. You don't have to go all the way. Start on what's manageable. Start on where you can start, depending upon kind of where your brand is. And as your brand grows, hopefully more resources come with it, more scale and opportunity comes with it. But really, everybody can do something. They just have to define it for themselves.
I love that, Keelan. I think sometimes it's intimidating as well. People hear this big word, sustainability. Sustainability. It's like, and what you said about staying true to your aesthetic and those things, that was really good. Thank you.
I would say the best practice I would recommend, what comes to mind is just really having a story attached to your product and own it.
That's good.
And own it. One of the statements that, again, here I go with another quote. Get ready, brace yourself. One of the statements I loved from our Mission Everyone launch was, the history of progress tells us that when we can own our story and pursue our dreams, we can change the narrative for everyone. And I think that sticks with me, and that's why the best practice around just telling your story, because we're humans, we have this yearning to connect, and we know that our consumers these days especially are shopping with their values and with their emotions. And so share your story. Do not assume that big companies like Macy's has it all figured out. Right. We are learning sustainability together. Right. And so I encourage myself, I encourage all of us to just figure out what is that story and make it come from you. And we've seen this type of breakthrough storytelling really work for many others. I think about just the cherry blossoms and learning about that symbolism, for you. In hearing that, I think about Yalitza, who is the founder of Healthy Roots. And as a Black woman shopping for toys, dolls, she did not see dolls that looked like her. And the impact, and she shares, in her words, the impact of what it was like to feel not seen, to not feel beautiful, to not feel worthy. And she wanted to do something about it. And so she created Healthy Roots dolls and educational storybooks that help empower young women and young girls to embrace their natural hair, their curls, their roots, their skin complexion, just love themselves the way that they are. And she's empowering other women to think the same way and be entrepreneurs in that same space. I think of Terry, the founder of Harlem Candle Company, who in her kitchen in Harlem made candles in 2014. And she, in her words, manifested her love of jazz, of music, of history, of wanting to honor Harlem and its notable residents and landmarks, and ties it into certain sense. That's uniquely her story. And that is what we use in our marketing campaigns to really connect with customers. So, long-winded way of saying, the best practice I would say is just own that story. Don't lose yourself. Tell that story. I want to hear it. We want to hear it, and customers want to hear it too.
Amazing. Okay, so thank you for speaking with us today. But before you leave, I want you to complete this sentence for me, okay? Sustainability means blank to me. Keelan, you want to go first, Simone?
No more quotes. I won't do it. I'm done. But thank you so much for humoring me throughout the process. I would say the word that comes straight to my mind is longevity. The idea of it's about making decisions for the long term. Again, back to my point earlier, and not just for being in the moment, which means we may not see the benefits of that decision in our current lifetime. We need to be okay with that.
Yes.
So I think of the word longevity. Sustainability means longevity to me.
Yeah, so again, I'm still pretty new in my new role, and actually my team member here, Lori Rando, taught me something in my first week on the job, and so now I'm stealing it as my own. But sustainability means continuing to improve. We're never done. There's always gonna be the next thing to do and the next thing to do. And so it's all about that continuous improvement, and that you can continue to have an impact, but there's always gonna be the next challenge or the next need for us to respond. And I think that that's just so important, to not let that be frustrating, but actually let that be motivating. That every year is something new you could tackle as you go down a sustainability journey. And that's what I'm super excited about for my new role and for where Macy's is headed.
Awesome.
All right, Misa, what about you?
Yes,
I know,
yes,
come on.
I'm
Gotta
gonna
hear what you
share
gotta
mine. For me, sustainability means remixing and repurposing. And I make that a part of my practices in fashion, styling, and design.
That's awesome.
Love it, love it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Awesome. So I wanted to also take a moment to say congratulations on the launch of the second cohort of designers for the Icons of Style at Macy's.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're so excited.
You guys make sure you check out the new designers for this year for Icons of Style. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, great. Sure.
Joining us remotely are Kelsey Marie Muhammad and Jessica Harumi.
Hello, my name is Kelsey Marie Muhammad, and I'm the founder of the Jokelin Agency, a social media and digital agency. Today, I'm speaking with Jessica Harumi, who is a content creator with a focus in sustainability. Today, we're going to be talking about conscious consumption in the world of content creation, and I'm really excited to hear more about your story, Jessica.
Hi, I'm Jessica Harumi, and I'm a blogger, content creator, and YouTuber working in sustainable fashion and slow living. Happy to be here. Thank you, Kelsey.
So Jessica, why did you decide to create content in the sustainable niche?
Yeah, so I started actually experimenting with capsule wardrobes in my free time, and I started sharing that process online. Just because I was looking for those types of resources online when I was getting started with it, and I wanted to sort of share my journey with that, and started posting outfit pictures online and getting more involved with like Instagram and meeting other content creators through that, which actually led me to start learning about sustainable fashion. And from there, it just kind of took off, and I just really loved it and felt so connected to that community.
And what are some of your favorite sustainable brands, even from when you started to now, new brands that you've recently discovered?
Yeah, so one of my favorite sustainable brands from the very beginning is Organic Basics. And I love them because, as the name suggests, they make high quality, like organic wardrobe basics, which I'm a big fan of. And they have a lot of transparency around like their production process and the factories that they use. And they have a sort of like extensive impact report that they share with all of their customers. So you feel kind of involved with, the strides that they're making with sustainability in their company. And they even have created this like low impact website, which is an idea that I've never heard of before. And just learning about how polluting the internet actually is, it just seemed like such a kind of innovative and interesting idea to me. So I thought that was quite cool. And another one that I learned about more recently is called Sheep Included. and they're actually a carbon negative knitwear brand. So their production processes are actually saving and storing more carbon than they produce, which is really incredible. And they follow like some of the highest like animal welfare standards in the world. And I just love how thoughtful their entire brand and process is. And of course, they make really beautiful knitwear too.
I need to check out those brands. I've never heard of them, but I'm curious to know, how has sustainability impacted your YouTube creation process?
Yeah, so I think it's allowed me to create content that brings more value to people. When I'm not focusing so much on what someone needs to buy or, like the latest, newest trends that people need to follow, and I'm not telling people and just encouraging overconsumption all the time, then I'm able to focus on like, this is how you style yourself. This is how you appreciate the clothing you already have. And this is how you downsize and, how to hone in on your personal style. And I think that is what people are really looking for when they're consuming content around fashion. They want to be inspired. And I think that following designers and things can really, bring so much inspiration to people. But then day to day when they're getting dressed, I think a lot of people are just looking for like practical advice on how to just appreciate what they have and get more use out of it and just feel more comfortable in their personal style.
So you inspire others through your sustainable fashion content, but where do you find inspiration to create these videos?
Um, hmm. Well, I try to share things that I'm just interested in from like a personal perspective. So like my desire to start downsizing a lot really came from my experiences traveling and just wanting to like move around more freely and own fewer things. And when I started sharing that sort of personal journey with other people, I realized that so many other people are looking to do the same thing. And maybe they just didn't really know how to go about it, or they don't have like people around them or in their community that really support that kind of journey to downsizing or to minimalism. So, a lot of it just comes from like my personal experiences with how I get dressed every day and how I want to go about, living my life really when it comes to minimalism and sustainability. And then more aesthetically, I feel very inspired by like minimalism and also menswear, because I think that there's kind of this like classic timeless element to menswear that is just really inspiring to me and something that I try to incorporate in different ways into my own style.
And for people who are interested in fashion and love shopping and want to live a more sustainable life, what are some easy ways or some tips to ease into sustainability?
Yeah, so, I think it comes from first just the desire to wanting to do better. So, really understanding that desire and what drives you to make these types of changes in your life. It's important to take time to understand that because you want these changes to be long lasting and, sustainable in your own life, and you want them to make sense to you going forward. So, really starting with a firm understanding of like why this is important to you is very important. It's very, an important part of that, I think. And then, investing in your wardrobe long term and doing research into brands so that you know what you're supporting really with your dollars. And also taking steps to like shop secondhand first when you can. If you're looking for things, there's so many secondhand options online now. And, for content creators, I think getting away from some of these trendy sort of topics around like doing massive clothing hauls and, like just following trends really closely is, I think, an important way to start incorporating a more sustainable approach to fashion because, a majority of people really don't shop that way and don't really, I think, want to consume fashion in this way that's really kind of just wasteful, So I think if we get away from these trends of doing this and make it just normal to like, normalize like wearing your clothing, wearing what you have, wearing things over again and just getting a lot of use out of them is just a really important step to take towards creating more sustainable content. Yeah, and then I would say just being really honest about sharing your sustainability journey is what's going to make it most authentic and what's going to connect most with people, because we need a lot of people doing sustainability in an imperfect way rather than a few people doing it perfectly. And I think that people get so much more value out of seeing, the highs and lows of it, and, really trying to incorporate some of these ideas into your daily life in a way that is realistic for each person.
Mm-hmm. And as social media goes into prioritizing video content, how important is it to talk about sustainability in the digital world? What does that mean to you? And why do you want to encourage others to be more sustainable with their practice?
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important because it's kind of reflective of, I think, what people really want or the direction that we're moving in sort of collectively. And I think that, the traction that sustainability has started to gain online is where we're really seeing brands starting to respond to that call to be more sustainable, to be more, transparent in their production. And I think that the digital space is really starting to influence the fashion industry in this really positive way, where, before there was this pressure for brands to have an online presence to sort of stay relevant. And now I think there's a similar pressure for brands to be more transparent, be more size inclusive, be more diverse and more sustainable too. And that's in direct response to this beautiful sustainability community that has started to flourish online.
Mm-hmm. And when you're collaborating with brands or taking on partnerships, what do you look for to stay true to your content and to also help these brands to drive their mission to your followers?
Yeah, I always try to be honest with myself when partnering with brands. Like, is this a brand that I would support if it weren't through work? Is this really something I see myself getting a lot of use out of? And is it something that I see other people would really connect with and appreciate? And yeah, there's just a desire in me to have partnerships with brands where our values are aligned. And I think that's true for anyone who's deciding whether they want to support a brand with their money, is that consumers are really looking for these values that brands are starting to represent or are, showing through the actions that they take in just the way that they present themselves. And yeah, just really putting your dollar behind values that you care about is important for me. And, I just always want any kind of collaboration that I do with a brand to feel really organic and to make sense. And part of that also comes from the brand having trusted me to be able to create content that I feel, really aligns with what I care about.
Mm-hmm. And Jessica, the content creation industry is not going anywhere soon, anywhere. It's only going to expand. There's only going to be more content creators. There's going to be more brands. So where do you think the future of the digital creation space is going? And what are your hopes for the future?
Yeah, I think that's so true. And I guess my hope is that creators are able to continue to influence the industry in a positive way. I think that we often forget how much power we have as consumers to really show brands what we care about, what we're willing to support. And content creators are so connected to these brands in, such a personal way. I think sometimes we feel as consumers kind of disconnected from brands, or we're just, this is what we have to choose from. And content creators have this really interesting relationship in the industry where they can really enact positive change and be, they can really sort of put forward the desires and what the consumers are looking for and kind of amplify that and hopefully be able to support those more positive changes.
And last question, this is more of A fun question for the people watching. We are currently in spring going into summer. What are your 3 must-have items for spring, summer fashion?
Oh, this is a difficult one. So for spring, I would say a trench coat because I love a trench coat and I'm in the Pacific Northwest, so it's quite cold and rainy here. So it's very necessary. And then summer, I used to not really enjoy dressing for summer because I find it kind of difficult. And now I just want to be like in a comfortable bathing suit all the time. Yeah, so a stretchy, comfortable bathing suit that's also cute and sustainable, and a great pair of sunglasses too. So I feel like that just adds so much to every outfit.
Yeah, sunglasses really take an outfit from being like casual to just to give it a little zhuzh.
Yes,
Um,
absolutely.
it was a pleasure talking to you, Jessica. Can you tell everyone where they can find you?
Yeah, so you can find me on my website, jessicaharumi.com. I'm also on Instagram at jessica.harumi and over on YouTube as well. Jessica Harumi there too.
Thank you, Jessica.
Yeah, thank you, Kelsey.
Joining us remotely are Rachel Cernaski and Sami Miro.
Hi, I'm Rachel Cernansky, Senior Sustainability Editor at Vogue Business. And I'm here today with designer Sami Miro. Welcome, Sami.
Thank you so much. I am the designer, creative director, and owner of sustainable clothing line, Sami Miro Vintage. We launched a few years back, and really the core of the brand and the company is doing better, having a really responsible ethos throughout our entire supply chain.
Cool. Thanks for that. So let's get started. You started your career working in tech. Can you tell us about your transition and path to the fashion industry?
Yes. So I am from San Francisco, and I kind of went the traditional San Francisco route of, going to school. I went to undergrad and grad school for global entrepreneurship and management. And so I found myself working in a tech startup in San Francisco in consumer electronics, and I loved it very much. I was always that girl in high school and in college and grad school and in the corporate world wearing weird, crazy vintage clothes and strange outfits, especially for the city of San Francisco, where it's definitely not a fashion forward city. And it was just kind of a part of who I was. It gave me an extraordinary amount of confidence when I was in high school, knowing that I was the only one in the world wearing this vintage jacket or vintage t-shirt or whatever it was. And I was very, very far removed from the fashion industry, being in San Francisco. And I ended up moving to Los Angeles because I would travel constantly for that job that I had, and I didn't have to be based in our headquarters. And I took the opportunity and moved to Los Angeles and met people in really creative industries who saw my weird style and encouraged me to get into the styling world. And I had no idea what that meant. So I would, on the weekends, while I was still working for my corporate job, I would intern at different magazines and be the coffee runner and the assistant to really just figure out fashion, learn about the brands. And I ultimately decided that there was something creative in me that I wanted to explore. And I decided to quit my corporate job and take a year of doing many different creative things, styling, several things in front of the camera. And I realized within that year that I had a an interest in design, and that I had, I think, a unique perspective, especially in the world of sustainability and upcycling that hadn't existed back then. And so I started Sami Miro Vintage really on a whim, to be able to combine my business acumen and my past experience working for a startup and explore entrepreneurship for the first time, which was my ultimate goal, and also combine my newfound passion and desire to be in the fashion industry and design and put my ideas out there.
Okay. So I think you've talked a little bit about already the inspiration behind Sami Miro Vintage, but is there anything else just to say about sort of how you came to the idea, what the inspiration was, and also just your love for vintage clothing, where that came from?
So, I mean, my love of vintage clothing started when I was around 13 or 14 years old. And it stemmed from insecurity, to be honest. I was a very, very shy girl. And I wanted to wear the brands that all of the, popular kids were wearing. And I did not come from a wealthy family like all of the other kids driving to school in their Range Rovers did. And so my father refused, so happy for this, but my father, refused to buy me these fancy brands. So I ended up discovering vintage shops and thrift stores as a means to kind of be able to wear the brands. But back then, I found, like, for example, a $5 Lacoste polo, and back then Lacoste polos were everything. But my Lacoste polo had sun discoloration and sun damage and holes everywhere, which back then was not the cool thing at all. You just looked crazy in that. And it was that shirt and the following vintage items that I ended up purchasing that made me recognize the fact that everybody else in school was wearing their brand new with tag items, and mine was completely different than theirs. And so although it was looked down upon from my peers, I found the beauty in knowing that there was a story behind the garment that I was wearing, and that the wear and tear of it made it that much more special. And so that is really what catapulted my change in style. It gave me confidence, and it just was kind of the beginning of what SMV is today and what it is that I do today. Although I was very, had no idea that it would become my livelihood. And the other part, what was the other part to the question?
The inspiration behind the brand, but I mean, you've talked about it.
Inspiration. Well, so because I didn't go to fashion school, so my experience with designing was because my hand-me-downs were from my dad or my older brother, and I was wearing these, super oversized men clothing, and I had to figure out how to make it look nice on my small figure. And so I was always cutting things up and pinning things. And since I was, around 13 years old, or actually maybe even younger, to make it work for me. And the inspiration when I realized that I wanted to start Sami Miro Vintage, and when I wanted to explore design, for me, authenticity is everything. And it took me a little bit of time to figure out how to take something old and create something new out of it. Because like I was saying back then, upcycling was just not a thing. And once I kind of realized that I could take vintage denim jeans and cut it up in a million different ways and patch it together and create a garment out of it, I had an epiphany, and I said, that is what Sami Miro Vintage is. So that was, really the beginning of how I got started, and really the root of why I care so much about the planet and the people who work in the manufacturing facilities, and really everybody who's a part of my company.
So what are some of the benefits of having a sustainable brand, and And also, what are some of the challenges? What's been most challenging for you as the owner of a sustainable brand?
Yeah, well, I guess we can start with the challenges because there there are, I mean, here's the thing. For me, because there is no other way, it works just great for me. There's a lot of education and new innovation in the industry, which is incredibly exciting, especially in the last few years, and it's just growing exponentially. And so it's really important to stay on top of all of that and stay with the new technology and innovations that are out there. Uh, and it I would say the biggest challenge that most brands would experience when transitioning from doing things the traditional way that's horrible for the planet into sustainability is that it's a lot more expensive and takes a lot more effort. And so you could have, a fabric, like a cotton fabric or a terry fabric that one might use for a hoodie or sweatpants that costs X amount of money, but the sustainable version is potentially 10 times more. So for a company who's transitioning, you have to be really ready to deal with the financial change within your business, and you have to, I think, really believe in it and genuinely want that change versus staying, doing what is on trend right now. And the deeper you go into eco-consciousness, the more effort and time and money that it will take. Another example is that there are a lot of sweatshops out there, even domestically, and in Los Angeles as well. And if you want to be fully sustainable, you have to treat everybody working in the supply chain appropriately, and you have to pay them appropriately. And that's a huge change for a lot of these companies as well, because their margin is just getting smaller and smaller and smaller with the more expensive fabrics, the higher wages, and it's a really big shift. So those are just a couple of examples. But for me, I would say that the benefit is that I feel good and I feel like I'm genuinely doing something better. And I know that what my brand is doing has a trickle up and trickle down effect to larger brands who are seeing a new way of doing things, as well as new smaller brands starting their business for the first time and saying, this is potentially what Sami Miro Vintage is doing. I know this is better. Maybe that's how I should start my business. And I think it's a really powerful thing for me to be fully transparent. This year, we are starting a transparency program where we're essentially laying out every step of the way how we are doing everything. And our supply chain is just, I'm really proud of it because there's no part of the supply chain that is harming the planet. And we choose responsibility in every step of the way as best as we can, and everything that we have access to. So it makes me feel really proud.
Some of what you were saying just now, I was curious what your relationship with the customer is like, because this in the last year or so, I can't tell you how many studies and surveys I've seen saying that consumers care more than ever about sustainability, which is probably true sort of in, on some level, sort of theoretically, but what consumers will pay for is a different story if they'll spend more on the sustainable thing. And so I was just curious if what your experience is with consumers and what they are or are not willing to pay for.
That is definitely an interesting study. All I really know is my experience with Sami Miro vintage, but I would say that, you know, uh, I would say that, well, this is, I have a few answers to this. I think what we have done with the brand is kind of for the first time, or one of the very first, to show how you can be sustainable, or where it doesn't have to look traditionally sustainable. You know, it doesn't have to be, you know, scream, okay, how do I say this? I would say maybe 4 years ago, with sustainable brands, you could look at the clothes and you would know it's sustainable. It's very basic stuff, very simple, you know, hoodies and t-shirts and sweatpants, and or things made out of linen. And what we strive to do is also push a fashion forward perspective while also being sustainable. So I think we get customers who care about both things. We get customers who buy from Sami Miro Vintage with potentially no knowledge that we're sustainable, but they like our designs. And then we have customers who purchase Sami Miro Vintage because they want to give money to a company who cares about Mother Earth. So it's hard to say, but that's my experience.
Yeah. Okay. That's it's helpful. I mean, everyone has a different experience, so it's just always helpful to sort of share.
Well, I think also too is that, you know, fast fashion has obviously completely changed the fashion industry. The level of consumption is just out of control. The retail prices of garments is insane. And when you backtrack and you think about how is this dress $10, and you think about all of the costs that have to go into it, the material development, the dyeing, the screen printing potentially, the shipping, the labor, the sewing, you know, so how much was this person getting paid to sew this $10 dress where they're still making money just off of a $10 retail value? And how many chemicals and horrible cheap materials are they using to create these garments? So the issue with that is obviously the, you know, the landfills, the pollution, the chemicals going into our water systems, into the air with the microfibers. It's also that it's skewed the consumer's perspective that things can cost less and potentially should cost less, and why doesn't everything cost this little? So it also is going to take a lot of educating to the masses and why it's so detrimental and horrible to the planet, and why you shouldn't support these fast fashion companies. But there is a learning curve, and I think it will take time. It makes me very happy to know that people are caring more and they are more knowledgeable about it. But I think the magnitude of how bad it is for our planet hasn't really been publicized in the way that it should. And I think that we're going to need, you know, laws will need to be made. I think the government potentially will have to get involved in order to really crack down on the supply chains of these clothing companies.
Right. Well, that's a good segue. I think just, you know, your comment about how what the impacts are of the industry on the planet. So can you just talk about what, you know, why is it important for the fashion industry specifically to adopt more sustainable practices and, you know, make changes that are better for the planet?
Yeah, so I definitely named a few reasons why, but, you know, overall, the fashion industry is one of the most detrimental to our planet. And that comes with all of the pollution, that comes with all of the overconsumption and the extraordinary amount of, you know, it's like billions of pounds that are in these landfills because you buy a cheap garment, you wear it once, it falls apart, and you throw it away. And all of the billions of people out there doing that creates an extraordinarily unhealthy amount of waste that our earth is not built for. Also, like I was saying, garment workers. Last year, we were part of the Garment Workers Protection Act in getting it passed, and in Los Angeles specifically with all of our sweatshops that are here. So now it's an insane thought to me, but now garment workers in LA are getting paid minimum wage at least like everybody else who works is getting paid. And the treatment of these people who are taking ideas and the ones bringing it to life deserve to get paid correctly. And did I miss something? Did I answer that?
We can come back to it. Can always add it later. So what advice do you have for brands that are looking to incorporate sustainability?
The advice that I would have for brands who are looking to incorporate sustainability is educate. Step one, educate yourselves on why it's important, read the statistics, and educate yourself on there's infinite amount of ways to incorporate sustainability. Obviously, the more the better, and figure out what works best for your business and potentially give a timeline to, we want to incorporate these 10 steps. How long will it take to get there, and what can we start doing now? And to really plan for it. And also not to greenwash. If you're doing one small thing, don't just use sustainability and eco-consciousness as a marketing tool. It's important to for a consumer, I think, at least this is how I think of it, to be able to trust who they're buying from. And greenwashing and trying to use this label of sustainability because it's trending and you might be able to sell more clothing doing it that way, it really also just makes it harder for the brands who are actually doing it and not greenwashing.
I think that's an interesting point, and it's a theme that has come up in my own reporting, that there is a sort of hunger for authenticity and vulnerability is how I've heard a lot of people talking about it, where people want brands to talk about what they are working on, what they're trying to improve, but also acknowledging where they still have to improve and not claiming that, a shoe or a dress or something is sustainable, but like, these are the things that we're doing, and then these are the things that are still not unsustainable, and sort of owning up to that, and being transparent about what they are working on. And it sounds like something you might be practicing maybe in your own brand, or something that you see.
Absolutely. Like I said earlier, we strive to be eco-conscious in every step of our supply chain. And I would say, don't quote me on this right now, because we are working on our sustainability, we are working on our transparency plan, which includes carbon emission footprint and everything like that. But I would say that, we are 90+% doing things, making the sustainable option to do things. And then the things that we're currently working on how to make them sustainable. So we are very, very, very high up there when it comes to that, and incorporating it in every aspect that we can.
And do you find that customers reward you, or do they punish you? If you acknowledge that whatever it might be, X thing about the jacket is not where you want it to be, like in that 10% or whatever it might be. Do consumers welcome that honesty, or do you think they're like, well, actually, then I'll go look for this other jacket, even though that might be even less sustainable?
Right. I have not experienced that at all. I think that our customers are extremely supportive of all of the things that we're doing because it's so much more than almost everybody else. And I think that they, if anything, appreciate knowing which parts we're working towards becoming more sustainable in. But I think your point is a really important one, is not claiming more than what you are actually doing, because out of fear potentially that people may come after you for those things, because I don't know that it's possible for any industry to be 100% sustainable if you are a growing, scaling business. But it's been a very exciting process for us as we've been growing tremendously in the last 2 years, to have to reconfigure and rework our ways of doing things on a small scale and make it work on a bigger scale. And learning about all of these things and the new innovations out there is so exciting for me and so fun for my team as well. And we're really just a group of people in the company who all genuinely care about the ethos and the decisions that we make, even if it takes, my fabric sourcer a lot more time and a lot more due diligence to find a specific fabric or way of making a fabric than it would to not do it. We all genuinely believe in it and in the process that comes with it.
Yeah. Well, great. That's it's an inspiring note to end on. So thanks, Sami. It was great talking with you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was such a pleasure.
Please welcome back Brandis Daniel.
Thank you. Well, sadly, we are at the end of our day, but I don't know about you, but I have felt so convicted all day on ways that I can be more sustainable in my everyday life. It's been really, the content from this summit has been absolutely incredible. It will be on YouTube, thanks to our partnership with both YouTube and Google, so that you guys can check it all out there. And then I just had to say thank you to a few people. First, I want to thank the HFR team, who has worked so incredibly hard on this summit, and who, without them, there would be no HFR. So I'm so grateful to the HFR team. I also want to thank CMG, Captivate Marketing Group, who is the events company that we work with, that is owned and operated and founded by a Black woman. I want to thank our sponsors, AEO, Macy's, Tapestry, and I also want to thank Rent the Runway. And then I want to thank our presenting partners for today, the ones who welcomed us into this beautiful space, who fed us incredible lunch. Hello. Who handle all the tech aspects. I really want to thank the YouTube team, Derek Blasberg, to Steph Dietrich. I want to thank the Google team, Corey Moran. And one of the things that, through the course of HFR, I realize is that you have to have people who believe in what you're doing. Like, you have to have that. And so we have that with the Google and YouTube team. And I would love for Corey Moran and Steph Dietrich to please come on the stage. They're probably both rolling their eyes at me right now. No problem. Yeah, there we go. I want to present both of you with just some flowers, just to say
thank you so much for your hard work with this. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for saying yes to our first annual Fashion Summit 3 years ago. Thank you for saying yes to our first annual sustainability. It's easy to get on board. Oh, now I'm getting teary. But it's easy to get on board once you see the success of something, right? But for someone to sign up and say, no, for just your vision, I'm going to come on board, I'm so grateful. So thank you both so much.
Oh, thank you. Can I give you a kiss? So you can't, because then you like put it all in here and then I got it all in here. No, there was no way to say no 3 years ago to you. And I think that is so much of the success and the brands that you've brought on board into your world, because the passion isn't just for you to build your business. The passion is what you have for every single person in this room, every person that you touch outside this room, and the passion that you've built with the team that I see sitting here, the team that I see every day at one of your events. So no, there's no way to say no, and unfortunately now we're hooked. We're never going to say no. So thank you, and thank you for everybody for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Corey. Thank you.
Thank you.
And tell Joy we have something coming this way.
Thank you. We will.
Oh, hold on.
You want in the middle? You in the middle. Always be in the middle.
Thank you. This conversation is incredibly important. It's important for our community because, again, we often get left out of these types of conversations. So you can count on HFR to make sure that designers of color, people of color, that the brands we work with, the partners who we trust, will always be at the forefront of providing experiences like these. So thank you so much for your support of Harlem's Fashion Row. Thank you so much for the support of the work that we do. Again, I want to thank our incredible team. Most of them are sitting to my left. Some of them are out in the audience. We could not do this without you. And I want to thank all of you for being here, for showing up, for sharing the link, for posting on social. I saw all the photos. Make sure you tag us so that we can repost those. Thank you again. I'm Brandis Daniel, CEO and founder of Harlem's Fashion Row, and I'm so grateful. Have an incredible evening.
Thank you for joining the first annual Harlem's Fashion Row Sustainability Summit.